Ranmatech introduction. This is basically a total revamp of the original Ranma project story. It was pointed out to me that the technology that rebuilt the crippled Ranma did seem a bit too advanced, even for Japanese online. It looked like only someone of Washu's genius, the mad intergalactic scientist from Tenchi Muyo, could come up with something like that. So I decided to keep the basic idea of a bionic Ranma, but totally rewrite his origins. This story takes place after Genma had become dissatisfied with the rate in which Ranma was training in the cat fist and threw him to the lions. In the manga, Ranma was trained in this dreaded and stupid technique at the age of 10, so I decided to use that age in this story as a starting point. Some of the ideas were inspired by Greg Sharp, the Dragon Bard, and countless other fanfic writers. I was also given new inspiration from the Bet series, a source of pride, a private bet number sign 10, mirrors multiplied, and countless science fiction online tapes. Less than greater than, thoughts, alien language, asterisk, computer response less than, greater than Chinese language chapter 1 reconstruction somewhere outside of Earth's stratosphere, a small, unobtrusive space cruiser was orbiting the planet and was currently using its cloaking field to mask its presence from the primitive, long-range sensor technology of the world below. On board the bridge of the ship, two beings of extraterrestrial origin were busy looking at a monitor that depicted a map of the area of the planet's surface that they were currently scanning. The first alien was a bipedal reptilian and wore a bulky, black armor. He snorted in disgust as he looked at the sensor readouts that were coming from the exploratory probe they had launched 5 hours ago. Damn. Hasn't that probe found at least one miserable subject on this whole stinking planet? The second being was insect-like and looked like a cross between a praying mantis and a scarab beetle. Patience, Rook. It takes a while to scan more than 6 billion sentient life forms. But I don't see what difference it makes. The dominant race on this whole nutball is pretty pathetic. They're all basically the same, so why don't we just pick one and get it over with? I don't want to spend any more time near this backwater planet than we have to. You think I like being here, Vorak? I don't want to waste my time in the boonies either. But we were paid good credits to find someone who'd fit Dr. Shiro's criteria. Since we can't snatch anyone within the boundaries of the Interplanetary Frontier Alliance, we have to look for our subject outside the quadrant. That's why we're here. Even though the humans of this world look the same in appearance, our scanners indicate that a handful of these lesser beings possess the right genetic sequences for Dr. Shiro's experiments. Be patient, Vorak. We'll soon find. The alien stopped as an insistent beeping was heard coming from the console. Wait a moment. What is it, Sion? The probe has found something. Is it what we're looking for? There was a long pause as Sion checked the readouts. Yes. This is what we've been waiting for. One subject meets all the genetic criteria that we've been given. Just one. Out of over 6 billion. What's the condition of the subject? HMMM. The being is immature and not an adolescent yet. It has some extensive physical damage and barely measurable vital readings. The subject is dying. Then forget about it. It would be too much trouble to bring him aboard and keep him on life support. I don't think we have a choice, Vorak. According to the probe, Our initial scan of the planet was in error. Of all the beings on this miserable world, only this subject is a perfect match to what Dr. Shiro requires. You also have to remember that we have a deadline to keep if we want to get that other half of that 20 million credits. If we don't take this one, we'll be forced to go on to the next system, and judging from our remaining power reserves, we can't afford it. You also recall what he told us if we didn't bring him back a subject and ran with the 10 million credits we had now. Damn that number sign asterisk dollars. If he didn't implant those implosion devices in our brains. Vorak let off disgusted sigh and nodded his head. Commence retrieval procedures. Dr. Shiro didn't specify what condition his guinea pig had to be in, as long as we brought it back alive. Xian nodded as he began pressing a few buttons. Initiating long-range teleporter. Coordinates locked on and ready to beam the subject directly into the stasis pod. Do it. A small, tight beam of white light was emitted from the ship and sent toward the surface of the planet. When the beam struck its target, there was a brief moment of absolute silence. Xian then looked at his console and said, "Subject has been transported to the stasis pod. Mission accomplished." And the probe? Its self-destruct sequence had already been activated and it destroyed itself. No trace of it has been left, and any weaknesses near the probe were probably destroyed along with it. Engage the warp drive and let's get going then. On Earth, in some region near the Bayankala mountain range in China, Genma Sodong crawled out of the smoking crater. He was sorry sight to behold, as he sported several burns and his GI had been reduced to a tattered ruin. He had a dazed and confused look about him as he began looking for his crippled son. He didn't know what had just occurred, but one thing was for sure. Neko-ken was going to kill him. It had just been a mere week since he had stolen his son from the intensive care ward at a hospital in Japan and escaped from the country. The law was after him for throwing Ranma to the lions, due to Genma's dissatisfaction at how slow the boy was learning the cat fist. After 3 failed attempts, the stupid disciple of Rapo's eyes had thought that bigger cats were required. He had used his job as a zookeeper to throw Ranma into the pit of lions with stakes strapped to his back. Unfortunately for Ranma, the cats had mauled him to the point in which his right arm had to be amputated. He had also lost his right eye and ear. The rest of his body had been badly savaged and was covered in suture lines. In short, Ranma was a mangled mess of a human being. Genma was soon a wanted man and had to flee the country. After stealing his son from the hospital, Genma had thought to continue the boy's training in China, but that was when they encountered strange-looking machine. The device was shaped like a frisbee and was the size of a manhole cover. However, before Genma could get a better look at it, his 10-year-old son suddenly disappeared in a flash of light and the weird contraption went off like a bomb. The explosion was equivalent to 5 sticks of dynamite, and unfortunately, Genma was at the center of the explosion. It was just by sheer luck that he survived. But with his son gone, Genma found himself in big trouble. Less than Ranma single quote S gone. I'm dead exclamation point greater than in a galaxy, far, far away. Dr. Shiro chortled with glee at his new project. He looked to be a humanoid of about 50 or so standard years, but his eyes were solid red and he had green hair that was beginning to thin near his receding hairline. He wore a white bodysuit and had a strange device that resembled a monocle over his right eye. Vorak had done well. The subject they had brought him was perfect. It didn't matter that Ranma was a bit young and his body was a shredded mess. The latest techniques in accelerating aging were available and his new nanite technology would restore the boy to full operational status. No, it was Ranma's genetic makeup that he was most concerned with. Interesting. A tech commented as he looked at the readouts on his console. What is? Dr. Shiro asked. According to what the scanner is telling us, the subject is emitting relatively high amounts of bioenergy. In fact, he is generating more power than an individual of his physical and mental development is supposed to be able to do. The fact that he's doing it despite the heavy structural damage is nothing short of remarkable. So you think he'll be able to survive the reconstruction? The technician paused as he gauged the readouts. Yes. He has the right genetic combinations in which the nanites will be able to fuse with his damaged tissue and begin bioregeneration. Not only that, but also this particular specimen's genetic makeup is on the verge of completing the next stage of evolution of its race. With the nanites augmenting his cells, he'll be able to evolve to meet any new situation he encounters. Excellent. That fits in with the project quite nicely. Oh, by the way, did you take care of that little detail with those mercenaries? Yes, sir. I had activated the implosion devices in their cerebral cortexes the moment they left the system. The credits had already been retrieved and deposited back into your account. Good. Now let's get started. So what was the reading on his bioenergy output? 9,000. 9,000? Are you sure? Yes, sir. How old is this kid? He's approximately 10 standard years according to most humanoid references. Well now. That is a bonus. I have no doubt that this person will indeed survive the nanite implantation. He certainly possesses enough sister. Sister? That's the Dimecron word for bioenergy. Don Ninder I. It is called Take Her Eye. Don Selder, it is Sheila. What do the inhabitants of his world call it? I believe they call it Key. A month later, the subject is responding well to the aging drugs Dr. Shiro. A lab assistant told him as he handed him a data pad. Yes. I thought that the subject should be matured a bit more before we start implantation of the new type of biotech nanites. How is the regeneration coming along? The assistant began checking off the list of things that had already been done. The subject has already regenerated his missing arm, eye and ear, and all damage done to the rest of his body has been corrected. The nanites are following their programming and have begun enhancement of his physical capabilities. Strength, speed, reflexes and cognitive abilities have now increased by a factor of 5. And as you requested, we have already done a full mind wipe of the boy's previous memories. He won't remember anything about his past life other than his name. Good. And what about those energy converters I created? They have already been implanted and the nanites have begun fusing them into his systems. He'll be able to convert his bioenergy or ki into any form that he wants. Lasers, particle beams, photon bolts, sonic waves, the works. He will be able to fire these blasts at will from his hands and eyes, either in their converted forms or as pure ki itself. Their destructive potential is equivalent to a Mark IV anti-proton cannon. His senses? The nanites have formed an extensive sensor array that has augmented his physical senses to beyond normal ranges. His eyes are now able to see across the entire electromagnetic spectrum. Hearing can pick up sounds that are less than 1/trillionth of a decibel. Very good. Keep me posted on his progress. Another month later. Doctor, are you sure you want to let him have that? Are you questioning me? Dr. Shiro asked in a menacing tone. No sir. I was just... Spare me your feeble explanations and give me a rundown on the prototype's status. Why yes sir. The lab technician held up a datapad and began reading off the list. The nanites have completed construction of the dimensional hole generator and are now transporting the arsenal that you had created for him into the subspace pocket, including... The lab tech shuddered. The annihilator. Very good. And what about his physical abilities? He's so far performed beyond our greatest expectations. Strength level is rated at 40 tons and gradually increasing. Speed and reflexes are operating at about 40 times faster than normal. He seems to have a natural aptitude for hand-to-hand combat. He's already mastered more than 20 styles and thanks to the nanite web matrix computer in his brain, he retains everything that he sees and hears. Cognitive and analytical skills have also increased. What about that side effect you were talking about last week? The aging drugs had acted a bit differently than we expected. We managed to accelerate him to his current age of 16 standard years, but the drugs then caused his body to go into a form of suspended aging once the desired age was reached. I guess we're just going to have to wait until his body readjusts to the new chemical imbalance and flushes out the drugs. How long will that be? Well, you know the effects of those drugs tend to linger even after the substance is gone, so I'd estimate that it would take another 4 years before he starts to age normally again. 4 years? You mean that for the next 4 years, he's not going to age any further? Yes. I see. Oh well, that's only a minor detail. He's already at the age that we want him to be, so it's nothing. So what about the other additives I had planned for him? Already operational sir. The nanites have created anti-graviton generators, which allows for flight capabilities. The dimensional hole generator allows him to store and retrieve the weapons and equipment he needs from subspace, including that, of him, addition to his arsenal. He's packing enough firepower to totally destroy a Dimaline dreadnought single-handedly and can duplicate any fighting maneuver used against him a few seconds after seeing it. We've also added a cyberwave bodysuit to give his organic tissue added protection. Although his flesh can now withstand extreme temperatures and high impacts, the new cyberwave armor will increase protection by tenfold and even allow him to operate in the vacuum of space. The suit also contains reconfiguring circuits so that he can change its shape and appearance when he needs to. Excellent. And the cloaking devices? It is fully operational. He can easily evade most conventional scanners and sensor equipment and can adapt to anything new that is used against him. Good. Everything is going according to plan. How about his energy source? The subject will be able to survive on minimal amounts of food and rest. His cells have now been evolved to the point in which he can absorb outside energy sources such as solar power and ambient power like electricity and convert them into that bioenergy of his. The Maison/enemy sun thermoelectric batteries that are within him will act as secondary backups should his primary sources of power fail. Of course, the nanites are constantly improving and maintaining his body. Dr. Shiro smiled, as his dream of conquest was about to become a reality. Once this new nanotech soldier had passed the final testing stages and received the proper programming, then he would clone and mass-produce this model by the thousands. One Ranma alone was destructive, but an entire army of them would assure the downfall of the intergalactic council and establish himself as supreme ruler of the cosmos. Nothing could stop him now. Unknown to him, the council had already been aware of Dr. Shiro's plans but had only not been able to track him down to the asteroid that contained his secret lab. Outside the asteroid, a crack unit of their best commandos was about to stage a daring raid on the complex. Once the leader of the group gave the go-ahead, the 12 men in high-tech body armor ignited their flight packs and charged into the installation. Alarms and defense systems were activated as sensors picked up the intruders. Laser turrets popped out of their hidden emplacements and started firing. The invaders skillfully maneuvered their way around the crisscrossing beams of lethal light and returned fire with their plasma rifles and hypervelocity rail cannons. Destruction and chaos reigned as the asteroid rocked with explosions. One of the commandos had managed to get past the outer defenses and into the complex. There he met stiff resistance as he fought his way through enemy defense drones and heavily armed guards. He was barely able to make it to the center of the complex and found the main reactor. Placing a proton thermal detonator on it, he then communicated to the rest of his group to clear out. Setting the timer for 2 minutes, the soldier turned and screamed as a guard appeared from behind and fired his plasma rifle. The shot plowed through the commando's armor in the chest. As a reflex, the dying man squeezed the trigger of his own weapon, which discharged and burned the guard's head off. Dr. Shiro smiled as he saw on the monitor of the retreating attack group. Confident that no one had gotten through his defenses, he decided to initiate the final programming procedures for his masterpiece. This would turn the boy into the perfect killing machine, obedient only to him. Ranma would become the perfect weapon in his bid to conquer the galaxy. Not knowing that his life was about to end, the scientist headed down the hallway to where his creation was resting in stasis. It was then that the timer on the detonator reached 0. The asteroid was rocked again by a series of chain reactions as the small explosion caused by the detonator ignited the main reactor. After the last of the smaller explosions went off, the entire chunk of space rock exploded in a gigantic blast and space debris went flying off in all directions. The surviving members of the raiding party held on for dear life as their ship was rocked by the shockwave and pelted with pieces of the asteroid. The navigator of the craft was able to pilot the ship out of the danger zone as Dr. Shiro and his legacy was reduced to cosmic dust. The crew all agreed that nothing could have survived that explosion. Nothing, except a small, armored stasis pod that had been blown clear of the blast and was now tumbling through space. 6 standard years later, it was a peaceful night in the village of the New Chizu, as the Amazons prepared to settle down for the evening. In a small area outside the village gates, 2 girls were sparring with each other, when suddenly, one of the combatants stopped and wandered up toward the sky. The second girl stopped as well and looked up in the direction that the first one was indicating. Less than double quote look up there. A shooting star exclamation point double quote greater than less than double quote that could be a good sign shampoo dot double quote greater than less than double quote I hope so meant. Tomorrow, those bad men will come again. The scouts say that they bringing those war machines this time dot double quote greater than less than double quote yes. We must be ready to fight them dot double quote greater than less than double quote meant. I'm worried dot double quote greater than less than double quote I single quote I'm worried to shampoo. Those machines of the Chinese army are terrible and they've already destroyed or conquered the other villages. We're the only Amazon village left that's still holding out and double quote greater than Mint's voice trailed off his thought of the upcoming battle. For the past several weeks, the warrior women had been getting into a few skirmishes with members of the Chinese army as their leaders tried to impose their will upon them. So far, the soldiers had been using small arms against them, but the village had survived their assaults. Now, things had started to become serious. She didn't think that they had much of a chance against the tanks and heavy artillery of the Chinese government, but they were Amazons and it was their way to fight to the death, even against overwhelming odds. A few miles away, the light that Shampoo had spotted landed gently in the midst of a dense forest near the Bayankala mountain range. The light was in fact the glow of the impulse engines of a small, star cruiser. The otherworldly ship was sleek and had an impressive armored skin that covered its hull. The firepower it contained was enough to level a small city within 20 minutes. However, it was its sole occupant that was of greatest concern. The hatch of the ship opened up and a figure stepped out into the night. The person was tall and wore a tight-fitting, black bodysuit that covered everything except his head. The man had raven hair, which was done in a small ponytail. His eyes were blue and they seemed to radiate a sense of overwhelming power and control as they scanned the area. His vision swept the forest as his biocomputer took in the data from the infrared, microwave and other wavelengths that his eyes were sensing. Finally, the scanning procedure was complete and Ranma mentally asked the computer in his brain. Less than computer, are you certain that this is my planet of origin greater than affirmative Ranma. All the available data that we have accumulated confirms this. Ranma nodded as he took a deep breath. After spending 6 long years wandering the galaxies, he had finally come home. The serum that had been used to accelerate his age, then stopped his aging process had finally worn off 2 years ago. He was aging normally again, but he now had the body of a 19-year-old, instead of his expected age of 16. While wandering the cosmos, the cybernetic martial artist had visited many worlds and gained an incredible amount of knowledge, including clues as to where he came from. He eventually came across information about the planet that he was stolen from 6 years ago, and after a little bit of friendly persuasion he was able to get the coordinates of his home world. However, this did not get him any of his missing memories back. Dr. Rosamund White had been quite extensive, and the memories of his past before he was kidnapped were trickling back at an unbearably slow rate. He had thought that coming back to Earth might stimulate his recall faster, but he still could not remember much more than his own name. Sighing again, he decided to consult the biocomputer in his head. Less than computer, any suggestions as to our current situation ? Greater than, unable to comply, due to the limited amount of data. As you would put it, I haven't the foggiest idea. Suggest scouting the area and questioning the natives until new data is presented. Also suggest that you keep a low profile, as this is a backwater world. Ranma nodded as he went back inside his ship to prepare for the next day. The hatch closed with a quiet hiss, and then the whole ship began to shimmer as the cloaking devices activated themselves. In an instant, the ship faded from view and nothing was left to indicate that it even existed. The very next day, Ranma was soaring above the treetops at a relatively slow speed as he scouted the area. Although it would have been easier to remain inside his ship and send out probes, he had felt confined within his craft and wanted to experience the outside world. As of now, he was flying at an altitude of 3,000 feet and was enjoying the scenery below. Just as he was about to approach the Bayankala mountain range, his telescopic vision had spotted a series of explosions in the distance. Focusing his eyesight on the disturbance, he saw a scene of chaos and destruction. Primitive war machines, by his standards, were spearheading an attack on a small village. Soldiers were firing crude projectile weapons at the defenders, who were retaliating with swords, clubs and all sorts of sharp or blunt hand-to-hand instruments. Landing on a cliff that overlooked the battlefield, Ranma engaged his computer's tactical mode. As his computer analyzed the situation, Ranma watched with fascination as the female warriors of the village inflicted considerable damage to their attackers. He witnessed several impressive displays of martial arts, and every now and then, an Amazon would demonstrate a key attack. The foot soldiers that were foolish enough to get close to one of them would learn the error of their mistake a few seconds before their lives ended. However, the rest of the troops were smart enough to stay back and lay down withering machine gun fire and to let the tanks do their job. The armored behemoths let loose with deafening volleys of death from their turrets that shot over the heads of the Amazons and blasted away at the village behind them. It was quite apparent what the eventual outcome would be. Native village on the verge of being overwhelmed by superior forces. Enemy outnumbers defenders by 20 to 1. Weapons used against defenders consist of high-explosive projectile shells, heavy armor units and firearms. Estimate total annihilation within 5 minutes. Less than this single quota will be massacred. We have to help them! Greater than, decision to interfere with the affairs of the locals, not within mission to retrieve lost data on your past existence. Less than I don't care. I can't just stand by and let this happen when I have the power to stop it! Greater than, direct involvement may result in unforeseen consequences. Preservation of this unit is of highest priority. Less than computer, please, you know I'm right. Let me do this. Greater than there was a long pause as the computer considered Ranma's request. Although it would have been a simple matter to immobilize Ranma and prevent him from interfering, the biotechnological wonder had undergone some changes since its activation 6 years ago. As it was merged with Ranma's brain, it had begun to pick up some humanistic qualities. Although its primary function was to act as an information source and defend its host, it had started to exhibit some sensations all on its own. Things that would have meant nothing to a purely logical computer were now starting to show value to the nanites. Concepts such as compassion, mercy, humor and loyalty now had an effect on it. Throughout their travels through the cosmos, Ranma had aided hundreds of beings and gotten into situations that endangered his life, when it would have been more logical to not get involved. Ranma had made a lot of enemies because of his interference. Then again, he had made some powerful allies as well. If Ranma could help, then he would. It was that humanity, which defined him and the computer, had just recently begun to appreciate that part of him. In some cases, they had survived only because of it. In any case, wasn't it the computer's job to aid its host? That was its purpose. That was the reason it was created in the first place. Asterisk will comply with request to aid defenders. Asterisk less than thanks computer. Greater than Ranma took a deep breath while powering up his energies, then dived down toward the battle. Remembering his computer's suggestion to keep a low profile, he gave a mental command to the microcircuits in his cyberwave suit, and the fabric became like a thing alive as it moved to cover his head into a mask of the black material. The only feature was a stylish red visor that covered his eyes. Now that no one could visually identify him, Ranma eagerly flew toward the village. Less than I single quote been itching for some action, computer. Let's go kick some butt exclamation point greater than asterisk affirmative asterisk less than double quote exclamation point double quote greater than. Champa felt a sharp pain in her side as several bullets hit her. She fell to the ground with a profuse gunshot wound in her right flank. She dropped her bonbury and clutched at the bleeding hole, hoping to stem the flow of crimson that was now dripping down to the ground. Shampoo knew that she was dying, but she would not give up. If she was going to die, then she was going to do it on her feet and fighting the enemy. She tried to get up, but her legs just wouldn't respond. The bullets had shot through her midsection and one of them hit her vertebrae, severing her spinal cord. She had been crippled by the cowardly attack, and as she looked up, she saw a tank rumbling its way toward her. It seemed that she would soon join her ancestors. She shut her eyes and waited for the end. The end never came. She heard startled cries coming from the soldiers and her sister Amazons alike. The clanking noises of the tank's wheels could still be heard, but they seemed to be coming from above. She cautiously opened her eyes and looked up. Her eyes became the size of saucers, the flying kind, as she beheld the sight before her. The stranger was tall, about 6'4" at least. He had a lean, muscular frame and was wearing a black, skin-tight, full-body suit and boots that covered him from head to toe. The head mask had no features save for a red strip of semi-transparent material across the eyes that resembled a visor. The being was radiating ki energy on a scale that no one of her tribe had ever encountered before. His power was enormous. The fact that he was holding up a 40-ton tank over his head demonstrated this point. The war machine's treads were still rolling in their futile attempt to get traction. One of the occupants came out of the hatch at the top of the turret and looked down. His eyes bugged out when he saw why his vehicle wasn't going anywhere. He screamed down to his compatriots inside the tank, and in less than a minute, 4 members of the Chinese army were scrambling out of the armored vehicle and leaping away. Less than W hyphen W hyphen who are you question mark double quote greater than Ranma looked down at the injured girl with a bit of confusion. Less than computer, do you have any idea what she's saying question mark greater than asterisk dialect is currently unknown. Translation program already in progress in deciphering her language. We'll be able to comprehend in 30 seconds. Asterisk less than never mind that now computer. Give me a tactical assessment of the situation. Greater than Ranma's eyes began scanning the battlefield, his eyes analyzing the numbers of enemy soldiers and their weapons. Asterisk analysis complete. Main strength of attacking force is their battle machines. Neutralization of these elements will diminish the attacking force's ability to fight by 75%. Asterisk Ranma nodded as he reared back and threw the tank at another one that was nearby. Soldiers were barely able to get out of their vehicle when the heavy projectile came crashing down on top of it. Ranma turned and raised one arm, pointing the index finger at the smashed tanks. Less than laser beam. Greater than Ranma mentally commanded as he focused some of his ki into the digit. The energy converters within his body transformed his power into an intense beam of focused light, which shot out and struck the 2 tanks. The superheated beam pierced the thick armor and ignited the ammunition and explosive shells within them, transforming the hulks into fireballs of exploding shrapnel and mangled parts. Some of the soldiers finally got over their moment of shock when they saw this nearly effortless destruction of 2 of their tanks. The ones that were nearest to Ranma took a dozen steps back and began shooting at him with their assault rifles. However, this proved to be a mistake. Ranma turned around and saw the bullets streak at him. Although he knew that the primitive arms the soldiers were carrying wouldn't even scratch his skin, let alone his cyberwave armor, he still had the innocent behind him to think about. So instead of just standing there and let them ricochet off his body, his arms and hands became a blur, catching each and every bullet of the lethal salvo. The Amazons and Shampoo especially were rendered speechless. Their on-speed technique, the Kachu Tenshin Amagurakan, was fast, but it didn't have anywhere close to the speed of this newcomer. It certainly wasn't fast enough to catch bullets. Ranma smirked from behind his mask as the soldiers continued to fire their weapons. For 20 seconds, the sounds of non-stop gunfire hammered away. Finally, The assault rifles clicked on empty, as their magazines were depleted. The troops were astounded when they saw that their foe did not even have a scratch. Their horror was increased by tenfold when they saw the stranger casually open his hands and showed their spent shots. He had caught them all. He then proceeded to crush the contents of his hands, and a moment later, he brushed away the powdered remnants of the bullets. The troops looked down at their weapons with fear. Their guns were just about as effective against this newcomer as pea shooters. They were just reaching for new magazines from their ammo belts when Ranma raised an arm and began focusing his ki again. Less than compression blast topped greater than the energy converters began using his ki to gather in his outstretched hand and began compressing the air in front of him. Then suddenly, the soldiers were knocked off their feet and sent hurtling backward 30 feet. The sudden impact sent them all into unconsciousness as Ranma used the air pressure blast like a battering ram. The other soldiers knew that this was no ordinary opponent and therefore thought it best to concentrate their efforts on eliminating him. Forgetting to attack the Amazons, the soldiers began a flanking maneuver on both sides. Ranma saw this coming and decided to get out of the way. Gently picking up the injured shampoo in his arms, he took to the air, just as the soldiers began lobbing grenades and opening fire with their assault rifles. Ranma rose to a height of 100 feet and hovered there with the still-shot Amazon. Seeing that the other warrior women had gotten some distance from the immediate area, Ranma floated down toward them and silently handed the purple-haired girl to them. He then turned and sped to rejoin the fray. The Amazons watched in amazement as the nanobot warrior proceeded to tear their enemies apart. The cybernetic soldier went after the tanks first, ripping them open as if they were made out of tinfoil. The troops were soon panicking and many were retreating from the relentless onslaught of one man. They soon found out that bullets were nothing to him as he let them bounce off him like jelly beans. The tremendous firepower of the tanks was no match for him as he easily evaded the cumbersome and slow behemoths. When the last tank was torn into scrap metal, Ranma then took care of whatever remaining troops that were left. The soldiers caught the pounding of their lives as their foe decided to give them a painful demonstration of his martial arts abilities. Having traveled the galaxies, Ranma had been exposed to thousands of different styles of hand-to-hand combat, all of which he used to incredible effect. One of the commanders, who had been watching on the sidelines, decided that it was time to bring in his trump card. Taking out his walkie-talkie, he gave the order for the assault helicopters to assemble and prepare for an all-out attack on the village. In the meanwhile, Ranma was weaving in and out of the platoons of highly trained soldiers as easily as one would wade through still waters. He moved with incredible speed and several times, his opponents would hear miniature sonic booms, as Ranma would travel fast enough to exceed the sound barrier. Dozens of troops would be rendered unconscious or too injured to fight as he took them out in milliseconds. After the last of the soldiers had been dealt with, Ranma then got a signal from his computer's long-range sensors. *Ranma Scanners are picking up several new contacts heading in our direction. Asterisk less than what single quote s there is a question mark greater than asterisk 1 minute. Asterisk less than sounds like they're sending in reinforcements. Greater than Ranma's assumption was confirmed as he heard the distant clatter of helicopter rotors. Looking up into the distance, he saw the distinct silhouettes of 6 assault choppers as they began to converge on the battlefield. The Amazons also sighted them and their morale began to fall again. They had been thought that the danger had passed when this stranger had destroyed the tanks and defeated the soldiers, but now these new war machines were coming. They could see them begin to aim their weapons of mass destruction at their village. They hovered in the air some 1,200 meters from their village and waited for the order to fire. The commander of the squadron spoke through a loudspeaker and gave out his ultimatum. Less than double quote drop your weapons and surrender now. I repeat, drop your weapons and surrender at once. Any further resistance will result in your utter destruction! Double quote greater than Ranma scanned the new assault vehicles and didn't like what he saw. Although they posed no real threat to him, they possessed enough firepower to destroy the village that he was trying to save. He could see their primitive targeting devices already locking on the village and rockets being armed. His translation program had already deciphered the Chinese language and he was now able to fully understand the threat that the commander had given. Less than computer, give me some options! Greater than asterisk analyzing. Asterisk a moment later the biotech wonder had the answer. Asterisk suggest using photon burst to confuse the enemy, then utilize electro-disruptor cannon on a wide beam setting to neutralize their weapon systems. Asterisk less than then what question mark greater than asterisk current situation suggests that a demonstration of greater firepower may be necessary. Asterisk Ranma smiled. He knew exactly what he could use to cow these bastards. Less than let's single quote s do it! Greater than meanwhile, the commander of the attacking force was getting impatient. Less than double quote this is your last warning. Surrender now, or be destroyed! Double quote greater than less than photon burst! Greater than Ranma's battle aura suddenly flared as his energy converters transformed his ki into pure light. The sudden explosion of luminescence caused all those who were watching to become blinded. In those few precious seconds that they were distracted, Ranma held out an arm and activated his recall circuits. A large, cylindrical object appeared and settled over his shoulder like a bazooka. The muzzle of the weapon was shaped like a satellite dish and began to power up. Ranma aimed the weapon to the group of choppers and pulled the trigger. A wide beam of blue-white energy enveloped the helicopters as they hovered unsteadily in the air, their pilots struggling to keep them aloft as their eyesight slowly returned to them. It was then that their commander gave them the order to fire. The pilots pressed their firing mechanisms and nothing happened. They pressed their buttons again and still nothing happened. Less than double quote commander. All units have experienced a major malfunction in the firing controls! Double quote greater than less than double quote lot question mark exclamation point double quote greater than less than double quote this single quote ray not working sir exclamation point double quote greater than Ranma smiled as he overheard their communications with his enhanced hearing. He then made his electro-disruptor cannon dematerialize back into subspace and then called forth the really big gun. Less than annihilator. Set for 1/1000th of the maximum payload exclamation point greater than asterisk acknowledged asterisk Ranma's arm once again raised and something materialized above it. This time, however, it was the size of a field artillery piece. The massive, super antimatter cannon materialized and settled itself on Ranma's arm. The weapon measured more than 10 meters in length and sported a muzzle with a diameter the size of a trash can lid. The anti-graviton field generators were keeping the whole thing balanced on his arm, and the weapon began charging up as Ranma began feeding his ki into it. The business end of the barrel began glowing with a pure white light as a ball of energy began to form in the barrel near the opening. It became more concentrated as a targeting sight popped out from one side of the weapon and fitted itself over Ranma's right eye. The pilots and their commanders all wet their pants when they saw the annihilator. That thing was huge. Worst of all, it was aimed at them and they couldn't shoot back. When they saw that ball of energy begin to appear, they thought that it was time for them to die. However, that was not Ranma's intention as he pivoted around and dragged the cannon pointed at one of the Bayankala mountains in the distance. He smirked as he mentally released the safety locks and pressed the firing stud. A concentrated beam of pure antimatter shot forth and struck the mountain at its foundation. The huge rock glowed with a white light before it was obliterated into its component molecules. There was a huge explosion, followed by an equally severe aftershock that was felt for miles around. Even though that particular mountain was more than 10 miles away, the village and the surrounding area was rattled as if it had been subjected to a small earthquake. The winds buffeted the choppers with near hurricane speeds and the pilots barely managed to keep from crashing into the ground and each other. When the winds and aftershocks finally died down, Ranma pivoted and had the muzzle pointed back at the helicopters. There was a moment of unnatural silence as the pilots considered the predicament they were in. They then made their choice. They ran. The soldiers on the ground also retreated, picking up their fallen comrades and hightailed it as fast as they could. Ranma stood motionless until the last of the invading army had disappeared from sight. When they had vanished over the horizon, he then dematerialized the annihilator and fell to his knees. Using the antimatter weapon, even for just a second at 1/1000th of its power was extremely draining. He had only used it 4 times since he was awakened 6 years ago, and only once did he ever use it at full power. As of now, his body was exhausted from the battle and he was currently running on reserve power. Taking some time to collect himself, he slowly got up and walked over to where the Amazons were still staring in disbelief. They became a little more than nervous as he approached them, and some were already taking battle stances. Ranma stopped a few feet before them and raised his hands to show that he wasn't there to hurt them. Less than John T worry. I mean you no harm greater than. He then gestured to Shampoo, who was lying on the ground, her head resting against another Amazon's legs who was kneeling behind her. Less than is she alright? Greater than. The Amazon looked at the masked figure with suspicion as she slowly answered. Less than she is. We managed to stop the bleeding, but her injuries were too severe. Greater than. The Amazon bowed her head. Less than she says that she cannot feel or move her legs. Greater than. Ranma nodded as he scanned Shampoo's battered body. Sure enough, his bioscanners revealed that her spinal cord had been severed and that a bullet was lodged between a couple of her vertebrae near the lumbar portion of her backbone. Ranma knelt down beside the crippled Amazon and replied, less than I can help her. Greater than. To be continued. Author's notes. Okay. This is going to be the final rewrite that I'll ever do to this part of the story. Due to countless emails from my readers, I've decided to make Ranma into a sort of nanotech soldier with incredible fighting abilities and high-tech weaponry. The nanites had totally restored Ranma, but he is without his memories other than his name. He has been wandering the cosmos for any clues to his past, and his search has now led him to Earth. The computer is a sort of companion to Ranma in which he depends heavily on for advice and information. It has taken on a more humanistic personality, due to its close contact with Ranma. It's implanted in his brain after all. The nanites are now fully bonded to our nanotech warrior and gives him tremendous power as well as access to advanced technology. Where can I go with this? Well, after he helps out the Amazons, you can be sure that they'll be after him. His travels will also bring him to Japan and all the craziness that occurs there. I can see a few crossovers as well with Sailor Moon, Devil Hunter Yoko, Tenchi Muyo and others. I've even got an idea for a crossover with the Slayers, as I couldn't resist a battle between sorcery and super science. And you can bet that the beings that Ranma had encountered in space will come looking for him, either as friend or foe. Just watch the sparks fly. I got the idea for the Annihilator after playing Marvel superheroes at the arcade. I just loved Iron Man's proton cannon. Ranmatech disclaimers. That says it all. Computer responses less than, greater than. Chinese language less than, greater than. Thoughts Chapter 2. Here's Ranma again. The Amazons who were huddled around both Ranma and the crippled Shampoo were a little more than on edge toward the masked stranger who had just saved their village from destruction. After witnessing the nanotech soldier rip open 40-ton tanks with his bare hands and effortlessly blow up a mountain, the warrior women were a little intimidated. Just a little, mind you. Less than please. Let me help her. Greater than. Ranma said as he knelt down toward the injured girl with purple hair. His optical scanners had already diagnosed the damage she had sustained, and he was ready to implement the repair procedures that would totally restore her. The Amazon, who was supporting Shampoo's head by kneeling behind her, looked at the stranger with suspicion. Less than what do you intend to do? Greater than less than I tag away to heal her wounds. It will only take a minute. Greater than less than you cannot help her. Although she will live, she says that she cannot feel or move her legs. She had been crippled, and there is nothing worse for an Amazon than being this helpless. She would have been better off if she had died in glorious battle. She'll never be able to fight again. Greater than less than she will when I'm through with her. Greater than Ranma assured. Less than please. Let me do this. Greater than the Amazon was about to protest when Shampoo interrupted in a weak voice. Less than, let him do it. Gloss. Greater than less than Shampoo ? Greater than Gloss looked down at her friend with concern. Shampoo looked up and gave her a weak smile. Less than if he says that he can help me, then let him do it. He saved our village, and if there's a chance that I can walk again, then I say we let him try. What do we have to lose? ? Greater than Gloss looked at her friend for a long time before nodding her assent to Ranma. The nanobots warrior nodded as he moved slowly toward the injured Amazon. Gently placing a palm on her abdomen, he then ordered the biotech computer in his head to begin the repair procedures. Less than computer, begin telefusing nanite repair groups to the injured tissue and initiate full bioregeneration. Greater than acknowledged. Ranma's hands shimmered with a faint blue light as he began using his dimensional hole generators to phase thousands of the microscopic robots into Shampoo's body. As they had done with him 6 years ago, the tiny technological wonders traveled through her system and located the damaged muscle, epithelial, skeletal and nervous tissue. Once they had analyzed the girl's DNA, they set about the process of stimulating the remaining cells to reproduce at a much faster rate. To the amazed eyes of the Amazons, Shampoo's wounds began to seal themselves, and the horrid cuts and punctures that were caused by the bullets repaired themselves in seconds. The nanites located the bullets that were still within her body and dissolved them into subatomic particles. They were especially careful of the one that was lodged in her spine. Once the spent projectile was destroyed, the nanites lined themselves up along her spinal cord and fused over the gap. Electromagnetic pulses were sent along the repaired neurons to stimulate sensation and the motor controls to her lower half. Shampoo blinked in surprise as she stared down her legs and moved her right foot. She then twitched her left foot and gasped in disbelief. She could feel and move her legs again. Ranma smiled from behind his head mask as his computer informed him that the repair procedure was nearing completion. Less than computer, begin recall of all nanite repair groups once the structural damage has been corrected. Greater than acknowledged. The nanotech processor began telephosing the robots back into its host's body, then brought up a question. Query Ranma ? Less than what is it computer ? Greater than repair subject possesses great potential for genetic manipulation and physical improvement. Initiate genetic evolution procedures ? Ranma thought about the suggestion for a moment and then asked. Less than what kind of improvements ? Greater than subject possesses high genetic potential, possibly due to selective breeding. The nanites can increase or overhaul physical attributes by approximately 40% before returning to host body. Ranma thought about it some more before deciding what the heck. Less than computer. Initiate genetic enhancement procedures on her physical abilities before recalling all repair groups. Greater than acknowledged. Shampoo felt a new sensation within her. This time, she felt it in her whole body. She could feel every cell in her being as new power surged through them. She felt stronger and healthier than before. She looked up at the one who had saved her and began to wonder what he looked like underneath that mask. The tiny robots within her began enhancing her cells to become more energy efficient and gently nudged her evolutionary processes along. As per Ranma's request, Shampoo's body was given added strength, durability, higher levels of coordination, a better sense of balance and faster reflexes. Once the task was completed, the nanites returned to their host body. Less than you can stand up now. Greater than Shampoo looked at Ranma with a sense of awe for a moment before getting up. She was a little bit unsteady when feeling returned to her legs, but her savior was there to brace her before she could stand under her own power. She smiled and said, less than thank you. Greater than no problem. Greater than the other Amazons were astounded at what they had witnessed. Less than amazing ! Greater than incredible ! Greater than it's S. Magic ! Greater than her comrades surrounded Shampoo as Ranma smiled a bit while stepping away. Thinking that his job was done, he quietly started to slip away from the crowd. However, when he turned around, he found himself facing a trio of elderly women. Less than I must say, that was very impressive! Greater than the first one said. She was approximately 2 feet tall and was wearing green robes. She had long silver hair and was carrying a long wooden staff that was about 2 feet taller than she was. Ranma's computer gauged her age to be around 300 years old. This didn't really surprise him all that much. He had met thousands of aliens that had lifespans that lasted for centuries, even millennia. The other 2 women behind her were also extremely aged, but they were about a few decades younger than the first. They also carried wooden staffs and were about a foot taller than their leader. Less than yes, very impressive indeed. Greater than the first woman repeated. Less than double quote we owe you much stranger. You are a warrior of extraordinary skill and ability. Double quote greater than less than double quote great hyphen grandmother exclamation point double quote greater than. Ranma looked over his shoulder and saw the purple-haired girl run up and stop before the trio of elders. Giving them a small bow, she then gestured toward Ranma. Less than double quote I single quote am healed great-grandmother. He saved me. He saved us all exclamation point double quote greater than less than double quote I can see that shampoo. So what do you think of him question mark double quote greater than. The elder known as Cologne smiled as she looked at Ranma with a calculating eye. To her, the nanotech soldier was like a huge bonfire of key energy. Plus all those strange weapons he carried would make him a very valuable asset. In the back of her mind, an old legend was remembered. She recalled an ancient tale of dragons that took human forms and aided warriors in their times of need. She had not put much faith in those stories, but after witnessing Ranma's power, she could think of no other explanation. Less than double quote what do you mean great hyphen grandmother question mark double quote greater than. The elder whispered to her great-granddaughter. Less than double quote the village is in need of strong warriors and you can't get any stronger than him. The Chinese army could send their tanks and war machines and we could simply laugh if we had this man. Plus, he's already shown other full skills. He'd make a fine addition to the tribe, don't you think? We'd be fools to let this one get away. Double quote greater than. Shampoo smiled, as she too was impressed with Ranma's display. She also wanted to get a good look at the face that was under the mask. She imagined a handsome face underneath that black fabric. This would also be a way of finally getting that pathetic moose off her back. With that in mind, she whirled around and said to Ranma, less than double quote you. I challenge you exclamation point double quote greater than. Unknown to the both of them, Ranma's enhanced hearing had picked up on Cologne's comments and he had gotten nervous about it. He was then taken aback by Shampoo's reversal. He had just saved her life and this was her way of thanking him. He looked around and saw that the other Amazons also had funny looks about them as they began to get the same idea. Less than computer, I don't like the looks of this. What's going on question mark greater than asterisk unable to provide answer due to insufficient data. Suggest a strategic withdrawal. Asterisk less than in other words. Run away. Greater than asterisk affirmative. Asterisk the computer's assessment of the situation was made valid as the Amazons unsheathed their weapons and began charging him. Ranma was unwilling to hurt the ones he had just saved, so he simply did the most logical thing. He took off, literally. The warrior women were shocked beyond belief as Ranma engaged his anti-gravity field and rocketed up toward the heavens. Cologne silently cursed herself and the other Amazons for not being more subtle. They had a prime opportunity and it just flew away. She was still looking up at the tiny dot in the sky, which then disappeared behind some clouds. She then sighed to herself and motioned for the others to return to the village. As the matriarch hopped along on her staff, she began wondering about the unknown stranger. In retrospect, Shampoo and the other girls should have handled that situation better. The stranger had already demonstrated that he was quite capable of reducing the village and everyone in it into nothing more than a memory. It was just as well that he decided to depart, rather than retaliate to the headstrong and reckless attack of Shampoo and her sister Amazons. But to have been so close to all that power, Cologne shook her head as she passed the main gates. A while later, Ranma flew down to where his star cruiser was parked, still hidden from sight by its cloaking field. After entering the craft, he engaged its hoverjet system and the invisible ship took off and accelerated to over 5 times the speed of sound. A sonic boom was heard as Ranma's ship departed the area. In less than a minute, Ranma was out of Asia and was flying over the vast expanse of the China Sea. Ranma was sitting in the pilot's seat in a relaxed manner as he pondered his next move. He had disengaged the protective head mask of his cyberwave suit and was conferring with the biocomputer in his head. Less than well, that was a pointless endeavor. Greater than, asterisk this unit did warn Ghost to not get involved. Asterisk, less than yes. Well, I couldn't just stand by and watch those people get slaughtered. In any case, I haven't learned anything else from my past other than I'm from this planet. Any ideas? Greater than, asterisk working comma asterisk. Ranma placed his hands on the console and let the biocomputer interface with the ship's systems. After a while, a nanobots wonder had answer. Asterisk suggest interfacing with the planet's global information systems to acquire basic knowledge of this planet. Sensors indicate that this world has a primitive data network called the Internet. Asterisk less than establish contact with this Internet and begin downloading all relevant data concerning this planet in general and my connection to this world. If I'm going to be living here, then I'd better know some stuff. Greater than, asterisk affirmative. Asterisk the ship's console became alive with lights as the sensor and long-range interface arrays began linking the craft's processors to the net. The ship uplinked itself to communication satellites and other long-range devices. Trillions of bits of data were sent into Ranma's neural processors to be perused later at his convenience. In less than a minute, the nanobots soldier received staggering amounts of information about the Earth, its life forms and the customs of hundreds of races. Languages were translated and stored within him. He could now comprehend hundreds of dialects, adding to his already impressive knowledge of alien tongues. When the transfer was complete, the console became less bright and Ranma slumped down in his seat. Asterisk data transfer has been completed. Now reviewing pertinent data concerning Ghost's origins. Asterisk less than so who am I? Greater than, asterisk according to all accumulated data, your appearance matches those of Asian descent, more specifically the people known as the Japanese. The majority of these people are concentrated on an island nation called Japan. Asterisk less than can you be more specific about myself? Greater than, asterisk unable to comply with request. Internet search was extremely limited due to several complications. Asterisk less than what kind of complications? Greater than, asterisk planet single quote as records on Ghost not found. Data has either been destroyed or unavailable. Unable to find birth certificate or any identification. Furthermore, record files are incomplete. Does not contain DNA files, so genetic matchup impossible. Computer network is primitive and cannot provide all needed data. Asterisk, less than great. I know more about this world than any average Earthling does, but I can't even find something as simple as a birth registry. Computer, are you sure that you can't find anything more about me from this internet? Greater than, asterisk negative. Personal information is not listed on a public basis. That kind of information may be deemed as classified. Asterisk, less than. So now what? Greater than, asterisk records concerning the birth date and other relevant information of host may be stored on hard copy format. Suggest visiting country of Japan and retrieving data in person. Asterisk, less than. So I have to go to Japan. Right? Greater than, asterisk affirmative. Asterisk, less than. Alright. Set course for Japan. You can fill me in on Japanese culture on the way. Greater than. It was an early Monday morning in Tokyo as Ranma's ship entered into Japan airspace. Its cloaking field left it undetected by radar or other sensing devices as it made a quiet descent near an empty clearing in the forests outside of the city. As it landed with nary a whisper, Ranma looked at the main view screen. Less than. So where are we? Greater than, asterisk geographical location is in the region near the foothills of Mount Fuji. We are 10.5 kilometers from the capital city of Japan, Tokyo. Asterisk, less than. Suggestions? Greater than, asterisk Japanese culture is highly focused on one's identity. Since host is unable to provide own identification, this unit suggests that a temporary identity be created as a cover. Asterisk, less than. Alright. Begin scanning database and create a false history for me. Greater than, asterisk name? Asterisk, less than. Ranma, greater than. The nanobots soldier paused as he scanned a list of names that were downloaded from the Japanese government main records. A moment later, he chose a last name that was obscure and not well known. Asterisk, this unit suggests that host acquire employment and blend in with the locals. Asterisk, less than. You mean get a job? Greater than, asterisk affirmative. Asterisk, less than. But I have more than 12 trillion trays in my account, not to mention 8 billion intergalactic credit units. Why do I need a job? Greater than, asterisk this planet is not part of the intergalactic trade routes and will not recognize the value of trays or credit units. Host will have to obtain local forms of currency. Furthermore, a jobless individual is not deemed as desirable in this particular culture. Will arouse suspicion if host does not have a purpose here other than main objective. Also, we'll be able to accomplish mission of self-discovery if host can blend in with the populace. Asterisk, less than. Point taken. Greater than, asterisk scanning all related job offering media based on host's current age and abilities. Working asterisk, Ranma's ship made several links to the newspapers, the television programs, the radio ads and every other kind of data network available. It then cross-referenced all available positions with his age and abilities. Chronologically speaking, Ranma had only lived 16 years and therefore was supposed to be in high school. However, due to his rapid aging and long experience while wandering through the cosmos, he had the enhanced body of a 20-year-old and more knowledge than even the best of Earth's supercomputers. When Ranma came across an ad for an assistant coach in a high school, he decided to take it. It was a good environment for learning social skills and would give him an opportunity to study people near his own age. If he really did come from this place, then he would need to know how to act in this world. The biocomputer took care of all the necessary arrangements and details. Ranma was now listed as the newly hired assistant coach and martial arts specialist to the gym instructor at Vorak High. A false address, history and email account was made. Less than good work, computer. But we still need some of the local currency to start off with. Greater than working. The biocomputer interfaced with the ship's mainframe then had the answer. Able to comply by utilizing solid energy replicators. The natives of this world place high value on the crystalline forms of carbon. Ranma nodded as he pressed a button on his console. Priceless gems of this world were mere baubles and were of little value to the places Ranma had been to in the last 6 years. They could be easily synthesized in seconds where it would take the natural process thousands of years. A moment later, a small hatch to his right opened up and a pile of glittering stones appeared on a tray. Flawless diamonds, sapphires, rubies and emeralds sparkled in the cabin as Ranma pocketed a small handful and made a note to get them appraised. Once he got the money for them, he would open up an account. Although it was possible for him to simply have the ship create more whenever he needed it, such wealth would arouse suspicion and it would also seriously undermine this primitive world's economy. Ranma then sat back into the chair and conferred with the nanobots, wonder in his head. There were still a few more details to take care of before he would once again walk among the Earthers again. 2 days later, Ranma prepared to exit his ship and start his new mission. Suggest using cyber warmer's camouflage mode to blend in with the native populace. Ranma nodded as he exited the ship and activated the craft's protection systems. The hatch closed up and there was no evidence of the vessel ever existing. Then the nanobot martial artist took off in the direction of the still slumbering city. When Ranma reached the outer areas of Tokyo, he descended toward a deserted lot. As soon as he landed, he used his sensors to scan the area. Spotting a billboard that advertised a person drinking a new kind of soft drink, he focused in on what the person was wearing. It was the image of a gay man drinking a Coca-Cola. After taking in the picture, he gave a mental command to the black bodysuit that he was wearing. The tiny microcircuits in the fabric were activated as the fibers were reorganized to match the appearance. The material changed in shape, color and texture as it began to reform itself. In 20 seconds, Ranma found himself decked out in a pair of blue jeans, Nike running shoes, white shirt and a black leather jacket. Taking in the appearance, Ranma nodded before proceeding into the city. After 15 minutes of walking, the martial artist from space found himself at the front of a high school. He looked at the front gate and saw the name, Vorak High, etched on a plaque. He was about to pass through the gates when he noticed a huge group of adolescent males gather at the front of the school. Many of them were brandishing hockey sticks, tennis rackets and other blunt and sharp objects. He paused as he used his optics to scan the area. When he looked over his shoulder, he noted a teenage female running toward the school. It was then that someone shouted out, "Attack!" Hearing this, Ranma's computer instantly went into defensive mode and began assessing the situation. A few minutes before Ranma's arrival, Nabiki Tendo and her cohorts were busy taking in the daily wagers of how fast her sister Rokan could take out the mob of lovesick, emphasis on the word sick, adolescents that attacked her every morning. It was then that Ayoko, one of Nabiki's lieutenants, spotted Ranma nearing the gates of Furankan. "Hey Nabiki! Look over there! Who's that?" The middle sister's eyes narrowed with interest as she took in the tall stranger in the black leather jacket. I don't know, but from the looks of him, he's not from around here. Hey, maybe he's that new assistant coach that we've been hearing about from Mr. Takana." Nabiki nodded slowly as she said, "It could be him. Looks a little young to be a coach though. What other information did you get about him?" Ayoko began looking over a set of files that she had gleaned from the school records and began reading. "Well, according to this, he's a Japanese national but he spent a few years in America." The girl looked down at the figure and nodded. That would explain his Kane appearance. It also says here that he spent a couple of years in coaching sports and he's a martial arts expert. "Great, another one," Nabiki commented. "So what's his name?" Ayoko was about to answer when they both heard the word "attack" shouted from the mob below the third-floor window they were at. On the ground near the gates, less than computer, "What's going on?" ? Greater than asterisk multiple hostile contacts approaching. Assessing threat level to lowest. Asterisk a moment later, it was completed with the analysis, just as the first boys were about to reach his position. Asterisk threat level to lowest rated as barely negligible. Asterisk less than great. First those violent females, now this. Alright, initiate non-lethal neutralization of all attackers. Use minimal force. Greater than asterisk affirmative. Asterisk Ranma exploded into action, leaping into the fray just as the girl came to within visual sight of the front gate. The boys who usually attacked Tendo in the morning got the shock of their lives as a sudden blur went darting through their ranks, dropping them like flies. Boys were thrown back like rag dolls as if they were going against a hurricane. A hurricane by the name of Ranma. The nanobots soldier had visited hundreds of worlds and learned thousands of fighting styles, both armed and unarmed. He knew countless ways of killing, but fortunately, he also knew how to disable as well. The teens were either knocked out by pressure points or just plain knocked out, but Ranma took special care not to seriously injure them. He didn't know what was going on, but it wouldn't do for him to inadvertently kill someone. Within 5 seconds, it was all over and more than 100 boys were sprawled all over the landscape. On the second-story window, Nabiki Tendo whistled. She had never seen anyone take out the morning mob so quickly and efficiently. The stranger had displayed incredible skill and handled his opponents far better than her sister Akan had ever done. All the other spectators who were crowded at the windows were also impressed. Just who was this guy? Just as Ranma had taken a neutral stance, he heard an angry voice from behind. "Hey! That was my fight." Ranma looked over his shoulder and saw the girl. He gauged her age to be about 16. She was about a foot shorter than he was and had long black hair. She was dressed in the blue school uniform for girls and was carrying a book bag. "Who are you to butt into other people's business?" the girl said in a huff. "Excuse me," Ranma replied in a confused voice. "You there?" Ranma and Akan both looked over toward a nearby tree where a teen of 17 or so stepped out. He was wearing the robes of a samurai and was holding a wooden sword. He smiled as he gazed at Akan and tossed her a single rose. The girl snarled in disgust as she batted away the offering. "What do you want, Kuno?" The newcomer simply disregarded Akan's brush off as he pointed his sword at Ranma. What business does a mere commoner have with the lovely Akan? "Just who are you?" Well, Ranma wasn't really sure how to answer that one. "Wait. Is it not the custom to give one's own name first?" Kuno interrupted. "Fine then. Mine I shall give." The adolescent then took a pose. "I am the undefeated captain of this school's kendo club. The rising new star in high school fencing world. My peers call me the Blue Thunder of Furanken High." To emphasize his point, he raised his book into the heavens as a bolt of lightning went off in the distance. Takewaki Kuno, age 17. On the second and third floors of the school, the crowds began whispering among themselves. "Blue Thunder? That's a new one. Yeah, last week he was calling himself the Shooting Star. Who's that new guy taking on Kuno? He looks really strong and well-traveled." Nebiki thought as she let her gaze run over the stranger's form. Ranma took a moment to analyze Kuno's fighting power, then shrugged. "Whatever. As I was about to say to this girl here, what? You dare to presume to speak with the beautiful Akane? I will not have it. Tagati." Kuno charged at Ranma, intent on striking him with his book, and Ranma's biocomputer began analyzing Kuno's style and cross-referenced it with the fighting styles that it had scanned during their interface on the internet. Second Dan Kendo. Power level readings rated at 25. Threat level less than negligible. Less than any suggestions ? Greater than utilize Californian galactic digit fighting. Ranma nodded as he simply extended an arm with his index finger pointing out. The finger made contact with the wooden blade as it came slashing down. Snap! Kuno looked down in shock as he saw his book and beak off at the point in which his opponent's finger had touched it. Before he could do anything else, Ranma stabbed forward with that same finger at his face. Curling the digit with his thumb, he then gave a casual flick at Kuno's chin. Kuno's was sent hurtling backward. He landed on his back with a thud, losing his weapon in the process. He looked up and saw his opponent standing there with a smirk on his face. He angrily got up and withdrew another book and hidden in his robes. "What manner of sorcery is this, you low-bred cur? You dare to mock the noble name of Kuno? I will smite thee." Kuno charged at him again. Ranma simply stabbed forth again with that same finger. This time, he aimed for the hands that held the wooden sword and hit a series of pressure points, causing the hands to open up. When the sword dropped from Kuno's hands and the fingers spread out a bit, Ranma made his move. Closing his index finger, he then extended his pinky and curled it around the pinky of Kuno's right hand. He then pulled back and dragged Kuno off his feet and into the air. With no loss of momentum, Ranma began spinning his opponent above his head by the baby finger. Neko-ken could only stare in open-mouthed disbelief as her eyes and head moved to track Kuno's rotations. After a dozen or so around-the-world spins, Ranma slammed the insane Kendus to the ground, still by the pinky. Ranma was still smiling as he saw Kuno's dazed look. A moment later, the insane Kendus lapsed into unconsciousness. When Ranma saw that he was no longer a threat, not that he was any threat to begin with, he turned his attention back to Neko-ken. How did you? Ranma's smile became a little wider as he raised a closed hand with the pinky extended. He waved that digit a bit before putting his arm down. "Who are you?" Neko-ken demanded. Ranma's expression became serious as he recalled the new identity that his biocomputer had forged for him. "My name is Ranma Sodom. I'm the new assistant coach and I just came in from America." In a dimensional pocket of subspace, located within a small broom closet no less, the greatest scientific genius in the universe was busy looking over the latest data that had been downloaded from the secret network of spy satellites that she had set up a month ago. After that business with the Jurate Armed Forces and that bounty hunter Nagi, Washu wanted no more surprises from space coming down without her knowing it. In the last 2 days, her devices had picked up some unusual readings. Less than HMM, 2 days ago, something from space came down and landed in a remote region of China. It looked like a ship. Whatever it was, it had a pretty good cloaking device. My satellites were just barely able to pick up its ion trail. Then they picked up the huge surge of an antimatter explosion. The interference caused by it garbled up the sensors of my spy satellites. I haven't been able to track that ship since then. All I can tell was that the ship was heading for Japan. If I'm right though, and I usually am, whatever or whomever was in that ship is now walking among us. Oh goody. Looks like I might be getting a new guinea pig! Greater than on the outer reaches of the solar system. Another small craft was making its way toward the inner planets, following the ion trail left by Ranma's ship. Within the confines of the pilot's cabin, a being of immense power quietly contemplated his mission of vengeance. "Less than soon, I shall have my revenge against you, Ranma! Greater than about several thousand parsecs away, another craft was racing through the vastness of space in hot pursuit of the first ship. The ship was different from the conventional appearance of the first one. For one thing, it looked more organic and its form resembled an odd-looking top with a large jewel in its center. It had 4 large projections and it was white in color. Inside the command center of the craft was a tall, very athletic and attractive young woman. She had blue hair that was pulled back by a hairband and cropped in a spike-like style. She wore a blue and black bodysuit that hugged her figure like a second skin, but the leggings were cut off above the knees. On her feet she wore a pair of stylish boots that went up toward 3/4 of her calves. On her waist was a belt in which her main weapon, a particle disruptor sword, hung from. The weapon resembled a high-tech version of the European rapier, but its smooth, rounded blade could slice through tremedium armor like a hot knife going through butter. As she stood watching the main view screen, several crystal projections floated toward her and glowed while emitting a high-pitched noise. Chow! So his heading was toward that system, Kenoki. The blue-haired woman said. Chow! Chow! The crystals said in a happy tone. This is business, Kenoki. The woman said in a stern voice. We're here to take in that scumbag Vorak. He's got a bounty of 4 billion credit units on his head. We're not here to visit your old girlfriend. Chow! Chow! Kenoki pleaded. I said no, and I mean no. The bounty hunter named Nandi didn't want to encounter Ryoko again. Chow. Less than just my luck that Kenoki's got a thing for that damned cabinet. Ryoko single quote exclamation point greater than Nandi had been subjected to Kenoki's pleading for several days now as they had started to track Vorak. When it was apparent that he was heading toward the one system that Nandi had sworn to avoid, her cabin partner had started getting an itch to go see Ryoko's ship. Day in and day out, her ship had been whining and pleading for his mistress to allow for a short visit to the Misaki home where her arch-enemy and his love resided. The incessant wailing had become slightly annoying, to mildly irritating and then to downright unbearable. Finally, after a lot more wailing, Nandi finally shouted, All right already. We'll go see your girlfriend. But after we catch Vorak. Chow! Kenoki replied happily as he increased his speed to catch up with their prey. As he sped across the cosmos, his sensors suddenly picked up the faint, almost undetectable iron trail of another ship that was parallel to the one they had been following. Chow! What is it, Kenoki? Chow! 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 The ship's main view screen then put up a reading of the faint energy trail and compared it with the one belonging to Vorak's craft. Nandi didn't understand what it meant until she got a good look at the trace elements that was floating around the energy fields. Wait a minute. Boradium, Zephinium, Mylurim. That other ship must be using a Trimaxion quantum phase drive to put out a signature like that. There aren't that many of those special engines made. Nandi thought for a moment. The Trimaxion quantum fold drives were among the best in propulsion systems and unlike the standard warp drives, They didn't cause any spatial imbalance within the fabric of space by warping it to make distances shorter. Instead, they allowed a ship to slide through subspace and render real space by a form of hyperspace bypass. However, the drives were extremely expensive to make and utilized special elements that were quite rare. However, due to its reliability and long warranty, it was well worth the price. Nandi had only encountered one being whose ship utilized such a drive system. Less than could it be him? After all this time greater than within her, Nandi felt a something that she had not felt in 2 years. It was certain longing that only a woman would know. Memories of a man who had proven to be her better in combat and one hell of a bounty hunter came back to her. Although they were rivals at the time, she couldn't help but admire the mysterious and powerful individual who had sent all wanted criminals running for their lives. And then there were those brief moments when something seemed to ignite between the two of them whenever they met face to face. Nandi had thought such feelings were only for the weak and foolish, but when she was with him, she could strengthen something else. However, that feeling was not to last as he suddenly and without warning vanished from the bounty hunter racket 2 years ago and she hadn't heard from him since. Now, she had evidence that he was nearby. Less than HMM. If he's on that planet, then maybe going there wouldn't be such a bad idea. Greater than Nandi smiled as Kenoki neared the Earth's solar system. To be continued. Author's notes. Okay, I admit it. I couldn't resist having Ranma just choose a name out of the blue and in sheer coincidence, it's his actual name. Now that Ranma is in Japan, things are about to become more hectic. Who is this mysterious enemy and what is his business with our nanobots martial artist? What will the Tendo family say when Ranma meets up with him? Stay tuned. This rewrite now has Ranma done as the new member of the staff as he will be teaching a few classes in sports and the martial arts at Furanken. Now with his abilities and what he has already displayed, Ranma is going to make certain people either very interested or very unhappy. People like Kuno and Akan will be very miffed as he unintentionally shows them up with his superior skills. Nebiki will be especially interested with the newcomer as he displays certain knowledge and abilities that could make her incredibly wealthy. As for Nagi, you're also probably wondering what's her connection to Ranma. Well, what can I say but stay tuned. Ranmatech disclaimer, to disclaim or not disclaim? Disclaim of course. Less than greater than, thoughts asterisk, computer responses. Chapter 3 Having a blast in a small Amazon village near the Bayankala mountain range in the Qinghai province of China, the elder known as Cologne watched closely as her great-granddaughter Shampoo overpowered her sparring partner, the giantess Dowell, with almost no effort at all. The 7-foot-tall Amazon was thrown backward 20 feet and landed on her posterior after she tried to block the smaller girl's bonbri with her heavy battle staff. Dowell was breathing hard as she got back to her feet. She had been going at it for more than an hour, but Shampoo wasn't even working up a sweat. Cologne was more than surprised at the sudden increase in performance that her protégé had exhibited in the last few days. After that mysterious and powerful stranger had healed her, Shampoo had displayed increased strength, reflexes and overall hand-to-eye coordination. The maces that she was using at the moment were 5 times heavier than what she normally wielded. The purple-haired girl had commented that her old weapons were too light and had the weaponsmith razor create a new set for her. The 300-year-old matriarch had also noticed other improvements within her great-grandchild. Shampoo's sense of balance was perfect and acrobatics were so easy for her that she could do a complicated gymnastics routine that would put every gold medalist and circus performer to shame. Her learning aptitude for fighting techniques had also increased. She was already far above the skill level of her nearest rival and had already mastered several advanced techniques that would have taken her months to learn. Her reflexes and agility were now at a point in which she was fast enough to easily dodge machine gun fire. She had recently come across a couple of soldiers from the Chinese army that had been snooping around the area. Despite the fact that they fired at her with fully automatic weapons at less than 20 feet, not one of their bullets had come close to touching her. She dispatched the 2 intruders with no problems. After that incident in which one man destroyed an entire regiment, the Chinese government had become more wary and pulled back in its attempt to bring the area under its rule. As of now, only scouting groups were sent out to observe the village and report for signs of the powerful individual that had destroyed a mountain. For now, the Amazons were left in peace. Cologne knew that it wouldn't last though. When it would become apparent that the Amazons' mystery savior was not coming back anytime soon, the Chinese army would attack again, and even with Shampoo's increased abilities, the village would not survive another assault from those damned war machines. No. To ensure the safety of their ways and the future of their people, the warrior women needed whatever or whoever had saved their village a mere week ago. The elder silently shook her head again as she remembered how close they had been to getting such power. All it needed was just one defeat of her great-granddaughter or other Amazon and a single kiss. Cologne sighed as she watched Shampoo effortlessly pound the living daylights out of Dowell. They had no idea on where the stranger may be, and without any more information about him, the Amazons had to chalk it up as a loss. At Furinken High, Ranma Sodom nodded as he watched the students run laps along the track. It had been a relatively quiet week since he took up the position of assistant coach and martial arts instructor at the high school, and so far, the nanobots warrior had no troubles fitting in with his new environment, other than a few nuisances. Cakewalkie Kuno was bound and determined to make Ranma's stay at Furinken as big as a headache as possible. After his humiliating defeat at the hands make at the baby finger of Ranma, the Wannabe samurai had been the subject of ridicule, especially when it was revealed that Ranma was the new assistant coach and martial arts instructor. The thought of him, a mere peasant, teaching the Great Blue Thunder how to fight was simply appalling to Kuno. When Ranma showed up at the Kendo Club to observe their progress, Kuno thought it would be a good opportunity to show this newcomer his prowess and reestablish his standing as the greatest fighter in school. Know the world, know the universe. That little stunt that Ranma pulled on him couldn't have been anything more than black magic. A fluke. The sun got in his eyes. That was it. Monday, so you think that a mere peasant such as yourself can even presume to teach the great blue thunder of his art? Ranma's brow furrowed as he said, that is no way to address your sensei, Kuno. Sensei? Kuno gave a short laugh. As if I would ever bow down to a mere commoner. And again at that. I'm here as an instructor to the martial arts as well as an assistant coach. Ranma calmly said. This school has not won any competitions in the last 5 years. After what I saw when I got here, I'm not surprised. The sporting teams need a lot of work, and judging from what I've seen of the best fighters, so do the martial arts clubs. If you and Kendo are the best that this school has to offer, then I've got my work cut out for me. You dare to mock the great blue thunder and the beauteous Neko-ken. I will not have it. Kuno struck forward with his wooden sword, but to the amazement of all those present, Ranma's form blurred and disappeared before the book had even started its downswing. Kuno found himself swinging at empty air. He then turned his head and saw that Ranma was now behind him with his arms crossed. What manner of sorcery is this? I am getting tired of your bluster, Kuno. As far as I can tell, you're almost all bark and no bite. You see you are the best. Well then, would you like to try and prove your superiority in swordplay? Kuno smirked as he said, You think to challenge me. Don't make me laugh. Why, you must be insane to think that you have any chance against my prowess with a sword. Ranma was unaffected by Kuno's scoff and said, Why don't we make this more interesting? Say a little wager. We'll have a duel right here and now, and we shall see who has the greater skill with the blade. If you lose, then you will resign as captain of the Kendo Club and allow me to train the other members. Furthermore, you will also call off the morning attacks on Kendo. I have learned that you were the idiot who started that mess. I find that decree to be pointless and it doesn't help the sports teams or the martial arts clubs. They will not be able to improve if they get badly injured every morning before I can train them. It is also a bad distraction and is disruptive to the other classes. If you wish to challenge Miss Tendo, then you will do so after class and off the school grounds. Who are you to dictate terms to the great Tatewaki Kuno? The only thing great about you is that big mouth that you keep flapping around. I couldn't care less if you dated Miss Tendo, but this is a place for learning and I won't tolerate these disruptions. I was hired to teach and it looks like I'm going to have to start with you. We're going to settle this here and now. Do you accept my challenge? And if I should win? Kuno asked. Ranma shrugged. Then I'll turn in my resignation and leave Furinken. It's as simple as that. Very well, I accept your challenge. Kuno was confident that he had no equal with the art of kendo, and this upstart would soon learn the folly of his presumption. A few minutes later, in the center of the training area, Ranma and Kuno were facing off against each other, each with a book in their hands. The other kendo members surrounded them in a wide circle. They looked with interest at what would decide the fate of their club. As Ranma waited for the match to begin, his biocomputer was analyzing Kuno's power rating and skill levels. Opponent single quote S power rating still at 25. Threat level still less than negligible. Less than what single quote S the quickest way to take him out greater than Saurian and swordplay techniques. 10th level ranking. One of the club members that were acting as the referee signaled for the start of the match. Begin. As soon as the word was uttered, Ranma's form blurred forward. An instant later, the telltale sounds of a bookin swishing through the air was heard, and Ranma reappeared behind Kuno with his bookin slung over his shoulder. Ranma stood casually while Kuno was still standing in his ready stance. The club members were stunned beyond belief at the speed in which Ranma had moved. They were also surprised that Kuno had not moved since the match started. Huh? Is that it? Did you see that? I couldn't follow it. Is it over? Ranma gave the members a smile as he said, "It's over. It's just that Kuno is too stupid to realize that he already lost. Just give him a few seconds." A few moments later, Kuno gave off a series of moans and groans. His large bumps sprouted from his head. His robes became tatters. His large rips formed. Small red cuts appeared all over his body. His wooden sword fell apart into 7 neatly sliced pieces. He then keeled over and landed face first on the ground and was unconscious. The other Kendusts collectively gasped in disbelief. Kuno had lost in less than a second. Unbelievable. They all turned to Ranma, who was calmly walking toward the exit. He stopped at the door and turned around. A smirk was on his face. "When ex-Captain Kuno comes to, please inform him that I expect him to uphold his part of the wager. I also expect the rest of you to be here bright and early tomorrow to begin your training. Am I making myself clear?" After seeing their leader get so badly beaten by the newcomer, the other members weren't stupid enough to try and get revenge for Kuno. In fact, many of them were actually glad that Tatewaki had finally received his just reward, since the pompous jerk had been using intimidation to keep them in line. After seeing Ranma's skills, it dawned on them that they could get better under his tutelage, maybe even better than Kuno himself. The thought of being able to show up the high and mighty Blue Thunder appealed to them. This newcomer may be a Gaian, but he was a Gaian that could teach them a lot of things. The entire Kendo Club gave Ranma a collective bow and said in unison, "Haisensei." Back to the present, Tatewaki had proven to be a sore loser, and Ranma frowned as he thought about the following days. When word got out on how easily Ranma had defeated him and his loss of his position as captain of the Kendo Club, Kuno had lost much of his prestige and respect, not that he had very much to begin with. As a result, Kuno had steadily attacked Ranma since that time, still maintaining that he was the greatest warrior and that his loss to the nanobots soldier had been the work of darkest sorcery, and therefore did not count. Unfortunately for him, Ranma had proven to be a far tougher opponent than he had ever imagined. Even though it was against school rules for a student to continually attack an instructor, Ranma made no effort to stop these daily assaults. He had decided instead to use Kuno's foolishness as a way of demonstrating techniques to the members of the Kendo Club. The teaching methods were a bit unorthodox to the students, but Ranma had long since learned that teaching by example was a very effective method to educate youngsters. Tuesday, prepare to taste the wrath of Wham! Now then, students, did you see how open Kuno was when he tried that downward slash? With just a simple twisting maneuver, I used my own book-in to disarm him and deliver a solid strike to his most vulnerable area, his head. Don't worry about it, since it's not like he ever uses it. You may have also noticed that he extended himself too far, thereby inviting me to strike him. Don't let me catch you doing the same mistakes. HASENSEI. The young boys took Ranma's advice to heart as they continued to spar with one another. Kuno was face first on the ground with a large lump on his head. Wednesday, and now the great blue thunder will. Smack! Kuno's mistake was that he swung into wide an arc, which made it very easy to evade and parry. He's using his weapon like a bat and swatting with it. The sword should be like an extension of one's own arm. He's putting no effort whatsoever in building up his defense. I expect you all to do much better than that. HASENSEI. The insane one-ape samurai was seeing birdies as he was sprawled on the ground. Thursday, prepare for your final reckoning, you foul. Whack. Smack. Kick. As the Americans are so fond of saying, talk is cheap. One must also remember that it is a distraction. Do it after you have defeated your opponent. Furthermore, the way he is telegraphing his moves, he may as well give his opponent a written declaration of each of his attacks. Now, continue on with those forms that I showed you. HASENSEI. Kuno was once again in La La Land. Friday, now you shall pay. Whack. Slash. Slash. Crash. Unfortunately for Kuno, he still has not learned that a good defense is just as important as a strong offense. He left himself wide open for a low cut toward his legs. He's always leaning forward, thereby leaving his head open to attacks. He may have practiced the classic forms of Kendo, however he has made no room for the unexpected. He is also gripping his weapon too hard, thereby making it easy for his opponent to knock it out of his hands. A blow of sufficient force is all one needs to disarm his opponent. HASENSEI. Kuno's head was now stuck in the far wall after Ranma had shoved him. The present. Ranma shook his head. At this rate, Kuno was going to spend most of the school year in the nurse's office. He had thought that after a few days, Kuno would realize that his fighting abilities needed some serious improvements and attend the practice sessions with the others. However, the dope seemed to be bound and determined to defeat him outright and refused to listen on any commentary or advice on how to improve his techniques. Whether it was pride, stupidity or a combination of both, Ranma knew that Kuno would soon be behind his fellow Kendusts. Within a week, the nanobots warrior had already analyzed the overall skill levels of the members and had started a regimen to increase their techniques. The new training methods had proven effective and they had already begun to correct the many deficiencies in their combat abilities, including some hand-to-hand techniques in case they were disarmed. One of the problems with having Kuno as the team captain was the fact that the vain and obnoxious upperclassmen would use intimidation to keep the others from reaching or surpassing his own skills. There was so much untapped potential, but Kuno wanted none to exceed him. He liked the title Best Fighter, as did another student. Nintendo had already resented him for interfering with her usual morning battles. Ranma couldn't understand why she would let it happen in the first place. He had heard that she hated boys. If she hated to fight those idiots every day, then why didn't she say so in the beginning? Her hostility toward him had become even worse during PE class. Monday, hello students. I'm Ranma Sodom. I'm the new assistant coach and martial arts instructor. As Ranma looked over the class, several of the students began whispering among themselves over the new teacher. Wow! He said honk. Watch it, Sayuri. You are drooling. I hear that he's from America. Wow, really? Did you see him take out Kuno this morning with one finger? He must be one really good martial artist to be able to do that. Hey, he's way better than that dope Kuno. I'll even bet that he's better than Nintendo. It was that comments like that, which got Akan's temper started. How dare they presume that someone was better than she was? She was supposed to be the best in Nirima. The attention that this new teacher was getting, especially from the girls, was irritating. First, this outsider shows her up by interfering with her own fights. Secondly, she had heard that Kuno had been ousted from his position as the Kendo Club's captain and that the morning fights were no longer to be tolerated. Now he's going to teach her how to fight in the martial arts? Again to boot. Well, she'd show him. She also didn't like the fact that he was getting more and more attention. If there was one thing that Akan hated as much as boys, it was not being the center of attention. So what if this new teacher was good looking? Kuno was handsome and look how he was. This teacher may be only a few years older, but that didn't mean that those other girls had to go drooling over him. Ranma was already aware of the comments his superior hearing picked up every whisper. He smiled at the group before him as he began answering questions. Mr. Sodom? Yes? Your name please? Ranma replied to a boy with short brown hair. Pleasure, sir. Are you going to teach us stuff like that trick you used on Kuno this morning? That was really cool. The other boys and many of the girls nodded in agreement. Ranma smiled as he replied, well, I'm afraid that particular technique requires a great deal of hard work and training. It's not something that one can learn overnight. But then again, it only took me 2 minutes to learn a dot greater than I'm here to teach mostly self-defense classes, assist the head coach, and to help the sports teams and martial arts clubs. I thought for today, I'd give a few demonstrations and start you all on some simple exercises. Ranma gestured over to some stacks of bricks that were set up and a large practice mat. The students went and sat around the training mat as Ranma stood in the center. Now then, since my expertise falls within the martial arts category, I think that I can be able to teach all of you the basic moves and exercises, which will not only help in self-defense, but also allow you to attain focus in your daily lives. Now who among you have had some martial arts training? In one smooth motion, everyone wanted to can. Step up, miss. Can Tendo. Can said with pride as she quickly joined Ranma on the mat. Heir to the Tendo school of the anything goes martial arts. She then looked up at the instructor and began assessing him. She had taken down larger opponents before and didn't think Ranma wasn't anything special. I really don't need any lessons. I'm already a martial artist. Ah yes, you're the same girl that Kuno had declared that no one could date you unless they managed to beat you. Ranma's biocomputer began gauging her overall skill. Asterisk power level rated at 16. Second Dan Kento level. Threat to ghost. Non-existent. Asterisk. No one can beat me. And I really don't think you can teach me anything that I don't already know. Akan stated with pride. Her many victories over Kuno and the morning mob had given her somewhat of an inflated ego. She was also proud of the title heir to the Tendo anything goes. Would you care to prove it? The nanobots warrior gestured to a small stack of bricks. Can you shatter those? Akan shrugged. No problem. The young girl walked over to the stack and took a ready stance. There were 5 slabs and each were about 2 inches thick. Akan began her breathing exercises to get her focus. After a minute, she raised her hand and made a few practice shots at the pile. Then she let off a hia and brought the side of her hand down on the center of the top brick. There was a small, sharp noise as a thin crack appeared at the point of impact. The crack split through the slabs, causing a small puff of dust to appear. Akan frowned as she withdrew her hand, which was throbbing slightly. The 5 slabs were a little more than what she usually practiced with. The stonebreaker technique that she used at her father's dojo allowed her to break through to cinder blocks with ease, but those targets were not as thick and had a space between them. The other students were impressed however, since they didn't have the capability to break one slab. Never mind all 5. They began applauding her. This comforted Akan as she looked back in triumph. See? I told you that I didn't need any help. Ranma wasn't impressed as he pointed to the stack. That was cute. However, you did not do as I asked. Akan became miffed at these words. What do you mean? I broke all 5. As I recall, I asked you to shatter them, not split them. You weren't really focused on the task. You just used brute force to break those slabs. A real martial artist wouldn't leave a task half done. Ranma had no idea that his casual words were irritating his pupil, but then again, tact wasn't his strong point. As a former bounty hunter, he had been straightforward and didn't mince words. It was always going, beat up the bad guy, drag him back and collect the bounty. As a result, he really didn't have much in terms of social skills. Akan felt her temper begin to rise. How dare he say something like that? Do you think you can do better? Ranma walked over to another stack, which had 10 slabs. He then glanced back at Akan and the class. Without bothering to prepare, he casually brought down a fist on top of the stack. It looked like he was putting no effort whatsoever into the blow, but the effect was still devastating. Boom! In an instant, the slabs and the support table were pulverized into tiny pieces. Ranma looked back up at the dumbfounded expressions of his class and especially Akan's. The noise of the impact echoed throughout the gymnasium, which caught the attention of the other classes. Whoa! That was awesome. He is better than Akan. Looks like there's a new champion. No wonder he beat Kuno so easy. I think Kuno got off easy. The youngest Tendo daughter couldn't believe that the new instructor was that powerful. She also did not believe that someone could be better than she was. The various comments being made by her fellow students were not at all encouraging. He had just shown her up in front of her class and she didn't like it one bit. She quickly smothered her displeasure as she said, "Okay, so you can break a few bricks. Big deal. Anyone can do that with the right training. Besides, breaking a stack of bricks isn't like going up against a real opponent." Ranma did not like the way she was addressing him. Less than HMM. The natives of this world do get angry very easily. Greater than, well, I will agree that bricks don't hit back. Would like to spar with me then? As I recall, you fight a mob of boys every day. Akan puffed up a little at the statement. I can even beat that jerk Kuno. I am the best, of course, if you say so. Then again, I haven't seen you fight yet. Well, let me show you what a true martial artist is capable of. Akan took a stance at one end of the mat. I promise that I'll go easy on you. Akan gave him a smug grin. Ranma assessed her stance and then stood in a neutral pose with his hands behind his back. All right, Miss Tendo. Show me what you've got. Mind you, I would prefer if you went all out. I can't properly assess my skills of my students unless they give me their best efforts. There was a long moment of silence as the two prepared for the match. The rest of the class, in fact all the students and instructors in the gym, stopped in their activities to watch the battle. There was not a sound in the building as the two fighters faced off. Akan charged at the nanobots warrior. Wham! WHUMP. GOW. Thump. Crash. There was a huge, collective gasp as the audience stared in utter disbelief. Ranma was still standing in his non-aggressive stance with a calm expression on his face. Behind him, in a pile of fallen sports equipment, was a pair of slender legs that were sticking out in an ungainly fashion. Ranma shook his head as he walked over to the pile. He also spoke to his class as he began extricating Akan's dazed form from the mess. His bioscanners had already determined that she had suffered only minor bruises and was just stunned. As you can see, class, Miss Tendo had made several errors. Number 1, she underestimated her opponent. Number 2, she overextended her body and left herself wide open. Number 3, she attacked with anger. Martial arts may be a form of combat, but one must remember that it is also a discipline. One must remain in control. It is much more than being able to throw punches and kicks. If there is no control, then there is no chance to succeed. Do you all understand? The class nodded dumbfounded, as the shock of seeing Akan Tendo so easily defeated was still akin to a miracle. The nanobot warrior had moved so fast, that all they saw was his form blurring momentarily when Akan charged. In the next instant, she was sent flying through the air. Ranma nodded as he carefully set Akan down on a bench. The present, ever since that humiliating defeat in front of the class, Akan's pride as the best fighter in Mirima had taken a bad beating. When Kuno heard of her defeat, he began attacking the new teacher. Unfortunately, his assaults were nothing more than jokes to Ranma, and he was soundly trounced each time. What was worse was that he was teaching the members of the Kendo Club, and they were steadily improving. It wouldn't be long before they reached her skill level. The thought of those boys beating her was too much to bear for Akan. Even though the deal Ranma made with Kuno was supposed to end the morning fights, Akan still didn't like the thought of those perverts being better than she was. She was the heir to the Tendo school of the anything-goes martial arts. She was supposed to be the best. She had to be the best. It was her true calling. Kasumi had her cooking skills. Nebiki had the talent in money-making. Akan had worked too hard to get to her status as a martial artist, and she wasn't about to let some know-it-all instructor take that away from her. She'd show him. While Akan was planning on how to get back at Ranma, another Tendo girl also had her thoughts on the new teacher. Nebiki wasn't the only one though. Nearly all the girls in school and even some of the female faculty members had their eyes on the tall and ruggedly good-looking new assistant coach and martial arts instructor. Ever since Kuno had made that stupid declaration, nearly all the female students were left without any date prospects, since the boys started chasing Akan. Now this mysterious and talented teacher had come and the girls at Rank and High were turning their heads and running into things. Crushes began to run rampant, which gave the mercenary sister of Akan's many opportunities to turn a sizable profit. She had her lieutenants secretly take photos of him and try to find out as much as possible about him. His foreign origins and that air of mystery only enhanced his appeal. The photos of him were sold at top-end prices. If there was one thing that intrigued Zabiki more than money, it was a mystery. It also didn't hurt that the mystery was 6'4", had a body that was firm and muscled in all the right places and didn't bow and scrape to her spoiled princess sister Rokan. This was no immature boy. This was a man. As she counted the day's latest take, she silently thanked the kami for answering her prayers. Meanwhile, just outside the orbit of the moon, a familiar spacecraft was hovering in space. Inside the command center, Nagi was going over the latest data and looking over recorded Earth transmissions. So there hasn't been any report of Vorak arriving on Earth. Ciao. Kenoki replied. Why would someone like Vorak come to this backwater planet? Ciao. Ciao. Maybe. Ranma and Vorak do have some bad blood between them. He could be seeking revenge against him and following Ranma's quantum trail. But if that were the case, then wouldn't he already be raising hell on Earth? I mean, following a quantum trail is hard but not impossible. I would think by now, Ranma would be slugging it out with him and blasting away with that annihilator cannon of his. Nagi shuddered a bit when she thought about Ranma's previous battles with Vorak, which had torn up nearly a third of the outer quadrants. Vorak would always start the fights and the ensuing planetary destruction of several systems has made him high on the wanted lists. There was one thing that you could always count on Vorak though. Ciao. Oh yes. I forgot about that part. Vorak couldn't find his way out of an empty room with a proton-powered pathfinder with that sense of direction of his. Could be that he got lost on that planet when Ranma's ship landed. Guess with the bounty on him, he wants to keep a low profile. Well, I guess we're going to have to do the same. The inhabitants of this world are pretty skittish. Last I heard, the only non-Terrans on that world were the Jurei royal family, Ryoko and Ryohoki, Washu, those two galaxy policewomen, the Ani, the Solutions and the Kirin. Ciao! Yes, I know about those surveillance satellites. Probably Washu's work. Looks like it's time to see if that new cloaking device I got last week was worth the 500,000 centrays. Ciao! No, I haven't forgotten my promise. You'll see your girlfriend soon enough. First, I want to know where Ranma is. A minute later, Kenoki's ship form vanished from sight as Nagi began her search for the fugitive. Meanwhile, on the continent of Asia, Vorak was currently brooding in his cloaked vessel, as it was parked 30 miles north of Peking. Despite the fact that he had access to advanced technology, his bid to find Ranma's whereabouts was akin to the proverbial needle in a haystack, to his biggest problem, his utter lack of direction. Ironically, Vorak shared a similar origin to Ranma's. Some time ago, another alien scientist, one that was a rival to the genius who reconstructed Ranma, had tried to accomplish the same goals and infuse a living being with nanites, thereby turning him into a living bioweapon. He had abducted a young boy whose name was Ryoga Hibiki. Unfortunately, the nanites that he had been infused with were primitive at the time and highly unstable. Due to a flaw in their programming, the nanites carried out their orders to enhance the subject's greatest traits, literally. Ryoga, who was later renamed Vorak, was given superhuman strength and near invulnerability. Like Ranma, his memories of his previous life had been erased. However, his greatest trait was the ability to become hopelessly lost. The nanites enhanced this trait to the highest degree. Vorak no longer just wandered around Japan or perhaps China. Now he was planet hopping. Despite given high-tech weaponry and other enhancements, Vorak was ultimately deemed a failure. With his utter lack of a sense of direction and the mood swings toward depression, Vorak was later discarded and the project had been abandoned. With nowhere to go, literally, Vorak began wandering the cosmos. Eventually, he became an interstellar bounty hunter to make a living. He did a reasonable job of it, despite his tendency to get lost, which made him lose several customers. With his new powers and weaponry he soon became very famous among the local systems as a powerful fighter and someone to be reckoned with. That all changed when Ranma appeared on the scene. Vorak soon found a tough rival in him and it wasn't long before Ranma was taking all the best-paying bounty jobs and leaving him barely able to eke out a living. Whenever he tried to collect on a large sum, Ranma was always there to beat him to the punch, capturing the fugitive and getting the reward. Things were made even harder due to Vorak's ability to become hopelessly lost. By the time he would reach the right world and was ready to apprehend the fugitive, Ranma was already counting the bounty after delivering the prisoner. With each bounty taken from him, Vorak's bitterness toward the nanobots soldier grew. It wasn't long before the two of them were trading blows and laser fire. Unfortunately, the worlds in which they fought suffered from massive planetary damage whenever the two would clash. After a few months of this, Vorak decided to settle things by challenging Ranma to a duel. He had managed to arrive on time for the fight. However, he had arrived on the wrong planet. Ranma had been waiting for him on Cyrex Island, but Ryoga had misread the coordinates on his navigational computer and ended up on Nigro, which was more than 100,000 light years away. It took him a week to find the spaceport where his ship was parked. Then another 8 days to get the coordinates to Cyrex Island, then a full month of aimlessly wandering the Gamma Quadrant before he had finally programmed his navigational computer with the correct coordinates. By the time he arrived on the planet, Ranma was long gone. Vorak took this as an insult and blamed Ranma for running out on their fight. He began an obsessive search for the nanobot warrior, traveling through more than 1 billion worlds. In his journey, he suffered through intense meteor showers, supernovas, and plasma storms, which only served to make him angrier and caused him to blame all his troubles on Ranma. Whenever something bad happened to him, Vorak would always assume that it was Ranma's fault. If he was caught in a super acid storm, it was Ranma's fault. If he was trapped on a world with hypergravity, it was Ranma's fault. If a Drarexian Leviathan swallowed him whole, it was Ranma's fault. As one could guess, the nanites within his brain also affected his logic centers. The final straw came when his ship had been caught in a black hole. The intense gravity had torn his ship apart and Vorak had just barely escaped suffering the same fate by causing a quantum explosion near the center of the vortex. He was forced to undergo suspended animation to survive the airless vacuum of space. He had drifted for over a month before landing onto a garbage transport drone. When he came to, he found himself buried under a mountain of debris and sewage. This was the final indignity, and Vorak erupted in a rage and destroyed the entire recycling complex, while screaming out, "Ranma, this is all your fault." Incidentally, Vorak's search for Ranma had caused incredible amounts of damage to several civilizations, and it wasn't long before he himself was on the hit list of many worlds. The citizens of those destroyed colonies deemed Vorak as a destructive force that was too dangerous to roam free. As a result, Vorak blamed Ranma for his having a price on his head, and it became an obsession for him to destroy the bane of his existence. Now, Vorak was on Earth, ready to deal out immeasurable amounts of pain to Ranma for all his suffering. There were some problems though. He had lost Ranma's quantum trail when he entered Earth's atmosphere. There were more than 6 billion people on the planet. Though it would be an easy matter to just start tearing up the place, Vorak couldn't take the chance. His ship's information systems had discerned that there were members of the Galaxy Police in the system, and that the sector was now monitored by the Intergalactic Law Enforcement Agency. With the outstanding warrants for his arrest for causing planetary destruction on several worlds, they never charged Ranma since he maintained that Vorak would always attack first and he was acting in self-defense. The former Ryoga had to maintain a low profile. Furthermore, he didn't dare try to leave his ship, for he would become hopelessly lost within the first 10 seconds. No, if he wanted to find Ranma, he would have to employ other means. With that in mind, he touched a few buttons on his console, which activated several probes, which were loaded with scanning devices and miniature cloaking shields. They would scour the planet in their search for his foe and transmit his whereabouts back to him. When they found him, then Vorak would get others to track him down and bring Ranma to him, thereby avoiding any chance of his own presence alerting the Galaxy Police. He had recently plugged into the so-called internet and had come across several ads about private investigators and bounty hunters. Vorak found it an amusing idea for a former bounty hunter to use another bounty hunter to catch a rival bounty hunter. It would be a simple matter to manipulate the primitives of this world into doing the dirty work. Though he didn't have much in terms of wealth, he did have a sizable amount of gemstones and metals that were considered valuable on Earth, but dirt cheap on the intergalactic trade routes. He did wonder why these natives would put such a high price on a useless metal such as gold. Meanwhile, at the back of Furanken High, near the track, Ranma turned to pick up some of the gym equipment after the students had left for the day, when his biocomputer began alerting him. Asterisk Ranma. Proximity sensors had detected an unearthed life form nearby. Asterisk, less than how? Are you sure? Greater than, asterisk affirmative. Life readings indicate that it is 50 meters to your right. Asterisk. Ranma looked in the indicated direction and sure enough, there was the furry little animal roaming around the soccer field. It was sniffing at the ground, as if it were trying to pick up a scent. The nanobot warrior dropped what he was doing and began to slowly approach the creature. When he got to within 20 meters of the animal, his eyes widened in recognition. Less than a cabbit? Here on Earth? Greater than. The little white cabbit looked up and caught sight of Ranma. It immediately let off a happy sound and bounced toward him. Ranma looked down as the cabbit smiled as it began nuzzling its head against his leg. Chow! Chow! Ranma was a little surprised that this creature was being so friendly with him. Then his eyes widened even further as he recognized this particular spaceship. Kenoki? Is that really you? Chow! Kenoki happily pranced around him before hopping into his arms. Ranma stroked one of Kenoki's ears and said, "What are you doing here?" "Worse, Nagi." Just as he said that name, his proximity sensors detected someone nearby. He whirled around and saw the athletic and attractive bounty hunter standing before him. Nagi gestured for her cabbit to return to her side. Kenoki hopped out of his arms and stood beside his mistress. Nagi then slowly walked up to her former acquaintance and without warning gave him a hard slap to his cheek. WHAP. Ranma hadn't been expecting any hostility from his sometime ally, so he did not try to block the blow. They had parted on good terms the last time they were together. Though the slap hurt him about as much as a flea ramming into a whale, he was still surprised. He thought that they were friends. He raised a hand to his cheek and said in confusion, "Nagi? What was that for?" Nagi's eyes narrowed as she said, "Shagaria." Ranma gave her a sheepish look as he said, "Hey, I was just doing my job." Nagi surprised him yet again as she grabbed the front of his jacket and pulled him forward, locking her lips with his in an act of osculation that made the facehuggers from Alien seem non-committal. Ranma's eyes bulged out to the size of saucers at the unexpected kiss. When the kiss ended, Nagi's face was wearing a smile. "And now what was that for?" Ranma gasped as he tried to suck in some air. "Mentaka," Nagi replied. Ranma gave her the same sheepish look as he said, "Hey, I was just doing my job." Nagi gave him a small laugh as she released her hold and said, "Ranma, it's been a long time." "I guess it has." Ranma started scratching the back of his head. "So, what brings you to this neck of the galaxy?" Nagi's expression became serious as she replied, "Vorak is here." Ranma's expression matched Nagi when he heard that name. Sometime later, the two of them were sitting in his office and sipping tea. "So this is where you've been," Nagi commented as she looked around the simple surroundings. She then turned back to Ranma, who was sitting behind his desk. one of the best bounty hunters in 7 galaxies, reduced to teaching it lessons on a backwater planet. Bounty hunting not paying enough. The female bounty hunter smirked as she took another sip of tea. On Ranma's desk, Kenoki was happily munching on a carrot. Actually, I'm here for a different reason. The teaching job's just a cover. In any case, you just said that Vorak is on this planet. I find that hard to believe. Last I heard of him was in the Gerudox sector, and I thought he went into a black hole. Yeah, well, he did get out. I've been tailing him for about a week now, in between my other jobs, and I imagine he's after you again. Ranma sighed as he said, well, if he is here, then I'd better make sure that he doesn't end up trashing this planet like all those others. Just what is his gripe against you? Don't tell me that he's still mad at you for taking all those bounties from him. Or is because of that duel you were supposed to have with him? Ranma's supposed fight to the finish with Vorak had been big news in the quadrant, and more than 1,000 worlds had betted on the outcome. All the beings that had wagered on the battle were more than disappointed when Vorak had not shown up for the fight. Ranma sighed and said, it goes a little deeper than that. The bounties weren't the main reason, but they did start our feud. It was about a few months before we met, and I really don't want to talk about it. Ranma. The nanobot soldier waved it off. I don't want to talk about it. Nangi was about to press further, but she then saw the sadness in his eyes. The sight was a bit surprising to her, as she had rarely seen him in such a state. Out of respect for him, she decided to question him about it, for now, and changed the subject. So, what have you been doing since you got to this planet? Ranma began telling his one-time ally the events that occurred when he landed on Earth. After finishing his tale, Nangi was a little alarmed. You used the annihilator. Ranma shrugged and said, hey, I'll admit that it was a bit extreme, but I only used 1/1000th of its setting, and it's not like this planet has the technology to detect an antimatter blast. With all the primitive nuclear plants, fission warheads and magical sources on this world, my annihilator wouldn't have shown up on their sensors. They may not be to detect it, but I have a feeling that Washu and the Galaxy Police would have been alerted to it. Washu? The Galaxy Police? Here? Nangi nodded as she said, you may not have known it, but the Earth does have several non-terrestrial races on the planet. Sounds like you've been here before, Nangi. Just how did you know that Washu and the Galaxy Police are here? This time, it was Nangi who became a bit uneasy. Well, it's because I was tracking Ryoko at the time. Ranma smiled. Ryoko? She's here too? Does that mean that you still haven't? Oh, shut up. Nangi said in an irritated voice. Ranma gave a soft chuckle as he said in a teasing tone. Now this is ironic. Here you are chiding me about my problems with Vorak when the one person that you have yet to defeat is on the same planet. Ranma snickered. Shut up. Nangi yelled as she suddenly got up and had her particle disruptor sword aimed at Ranma's face. Kanoki was startled from his meal when he saw his mistress get angered. Ranma stopped laughing but still had a slight smile. Now, Nagi, there's no need for that. I didn't mean anything but... I'm sorry. I won't mention it again, okay? Ranma knew just how to say she was about her relationship with the infamous space pirate. Nagi stood there with her weapon pointed at her fellow bounty hunter. As she gazed into Ranma's deep blue eyes, she felt her anger melt away. Try as she might, she could never stay mad at him for very long. Eventually, she put away her sword and sat down. Ranma nodded as he began discussing with his former acquaintance over their current situations. To be continued. Author's notes. Well, I wasn't really too sure as to where to go with this, so I thought I'd end this chapter here. For now, Ranma and Nagi will be seeing each other as they help one another, and this may cause some questions and suspicions. Give me some suggestions on some future chapters and I may just use them. Ranmatech disclaimer. It's been a while since I continued this story, so here goes. Ranma is not mine, blah, blah. And neither is any other online character mentioned in this story. Asterisk computer response is less than greater than. Thoughts Chapter 4 Destruction, Chaos, and Utter Mayhem. It's just another regular day. Ranma nodded as he finished with the last adjustments he was making to the hovercycle he had gotten out of his cruiser's storage bay. After closing the panel, he pressed the button and watched as the vehicle started its transformation. The Cataclysm Rider Mark XI was an extremely maneuverable vehicle and could jet across the ground at 300 miles per hour or cruise at an altitude of 1 mile. Though Ranma could fly under his own power, he did find the hovercycle to be very full for reconnaissance, carrying supplies and to give extra firepower without having to use his own weapons. As he was trying to settle on this planet, he had decided to go with the appearance of a well-traveled foreigner. And since the general populace usually didn't travel from place to place via anti-gravity fields, Ranma had decided to use one of his vehicles as a mode of transport. His Cataclysm Rider was more inconspicuous than his Star Cruiser, and with the new adjustments he had made, no one would suspect that his vehicle as otherworldly. Hidden panels opened up and components were switched around and disguised. The front and rear anti-gravity pods were shifted into hidden compartments, to be replaced with tires. The outer shell became less streamlined and rougher as the shape became more compressed. The instrument panel was retracted and replaced with more primitive-looking dials. In less than 5 seconds, the Cataclysm Rider's appearance became that of an American Harley-Davidson motorcycle. The vehicle now resembled a customized Fat Boy, but ran on a Mazon/anti-Mazon thermoelectric battery hidden within the engine housing. The tailpipes did emit fumes for show, but they were a harmless gas mixture that resembled carbon monoxide fumes. The engine also emitted sounds that perfectly imitated the noises made by such a motorcycle, also for camouflage. The force field generators, Photon-side blasters and other additional extras were all available at the touch of a button. However, to utilize the flight capabilities or the exo-armor reconversion units, he would have to transform the bike back into its original state. He had thought about just using a holographic image to hide the appearance of his bike, but decided against it. A curious motorcycle fan would instantly perceive the bike as non-Earth if he were to touch it, and attempted theft of the bike was always a possibility. To that note, he decided on a transformational disguise and was confident that the anti-theft devices would prevent even the most determined of motorcycle thieves from trying to steal it. Since Ranma's false records indicated that he had spent some time in the United States, he thought that having an American motorcycle would help in the charade. Ranma smiled as he mounted his bike and kick-started the engine. When he heard the roar of the engine, he nodded with satisfaction and started toward Vorak High. As he approached the high school, his thoughts went back to the events that had occurred a day ago. Flashback. Well, students, I am very proud of your progress these past weeks. You've all improved substantially since I started teaching here, Ranma said as he addressed his students. Thank you, SE and SEI. All the Kendo Club members said in unison. Now, I believe that it's time that you select a new team captain. All of the members became a bit confused as one of the boys spoke to him. A new captain? But Sensei, we thought you were our leader. Though Ranma was 21, he still looked young enough to be 18 or 19. The students found it difficult to see him as their teacher. Ranma shook his head. No, I was hired to help guide you for a while. You've all reached the level in which you can continue training on your own. I'll still be around to help with any problems or improvements, but I think that the best of this group should be the team leader of the Kendo Club in any future tournaments. And that would be me. Ranma frowned when he heard Kuno's pompous voice. He and the students turned their heads toward the entrance of the Kendo Club. Standing in the doorway with his book held aloft in a dramatic pose was the Blue Blunder himself. Cakewalkie Kuno, Ranma said in a firm tone. Just what are you doing here? Less than as if I didn't know. Greater than, I am here to once again take up my position as captain of this school's Kendo Club. For should it not be the best to be the leader? Look no further, for none have come even close to the unmatched skills of the Blue Thunder of Vorak High. Ranma frowned as his scanners began reading Kuno's fighting power. Asterisk overall level has risen to 28. Danger to host still less than negligible. Asterisk less than, and what about the others? Greater than. Ranma's biocomputer began gauging the other Kendo Club members. He had been putting them through intense training regimens for the past few weeks and all had improved substantially. Asterisk highest power rating at 55. Lowest rating at 37. Any one of them would not be more than a match for Kuno. Asterisk I see by your silence that you now fear the great and awesome might of the Blue Thunder. Cakewalkie sneered. Ranma shrugged, as he replied, not really. I was just thinking of how far behind you are with your fellow Kendus. What? You dare imply that these weaklings are now the Blue Thunder's superior? Kuno gestured with his book and at his former teammates. They cannot possibly be a match for my glorious self. Think what you like. My best student could wipe the floor with you easily and the least skilled could still beat you without much trouble. In any case, since you are not part of this Kendo club, you have no right to interfere with our selecting a new captain, much less take the position yourself. If you have nothing else to say, then I suggest you leave and let us go about our business. How dare you insult the great warrior Tatewaki Kuno? Enraged, Kuno struck forth with his book and, however, Ranma had expected it and simply grabbed the end of the sword, made a simple twist, and Kuno found himself without his weapon. The techno-warrior twirled it about like a baton. Well, since it is obvious that you're not going to leave peacefully, it seems that we'll have to settle this another way. Let's see if you can prove that you're not all talk. The nanobots soldier gestured to one of his students, a boy of medium build and height. The student walked up to his sensei's side and gave him a curt bow. What is this? Kuno demanded. He recognized the boy as Shoren Zabuki, a former teammate and the least skilled of the group. At least, he was the least skilled when Kuno had been the leader. Yes, sensei? Sho said. Ranma nodded to him and addressed Kuno while tossing back his book and, this is going to be a challenge. Your skills against Sho's. If you win, you'll be the captain of the Kendo Club again. You lose and you will swear never to bother the Kendo Club again. Fa! What joke is this? Sho cannot possibly hope to compare to my skills. We shall see. Do you accept the terms? I shall. This will be no contest. Kuno laughed. He had been taking lessons from a private instructor ever since he had been ousted from his position as team captain. He had been training for this moment and now he will prevail and reassert himself as the undefeated star of the high school fencing world. Sho's skills were less than average the last time they fought. There was no way that Ranma could have trained Sho to be better than he in 2 weeks. However, unknown to Kuno, Ranma's skills went far beyond anything that was found on Earth. He had been teaching the Kendo Club members in several off-world sword techniques as well, including a few maneuvers from the planet Jure. Of course, he kept the more advanced moves secret as a novice with such skills would be a danger to himself as well as others. Both combatants faced each other off in the center of the Kendo Club as the other members surrounded them. Ranma then gave the signal for them to start. Kuno started out with a downward strike that seemed to blur from sight, but Sho countered it, then turned his parry into a side slash. Kuno winced as he felt a stab to his flank. Quickly recovering from the unexpected counter, he then tried a wicked thrust to Sho's chest. Sho easily dodged the strike and then tricked Kuno with a feint, before slapping the flat of his wooden blade into Kuno's temple. Kuno became enraged at this point. Sho was mocking him and his skills and this could not be tolerated. He then yelled out his greatest technique. Strike! 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 The insane Kendus let loose with a volley of fast stabs at his opponent that would have crumbled concrete with just the air pressure alone. However, Sho remained calm and amazingly dodged and parried all the strikes with his own bookin. Less than Master Shodown was right. Greater than Sho thought as he could actually track each of Kuno's attacks. Less than Kuno may be fast, but his moves are still simple. No variation. I can actually see a pattern to his moves. He's so committed to this technique that he can't do anything else until he stops. Greater than it was then that Sho saw an opening as Kuno drew back his sword for another stab. Sho brought his sword up in the same disarming move that Ranma had demonstrated previously, knocking Kuno's weapon to the side and throwing off his rhythm. The insane Kendus was so surprised that his feared technique was countered with such a simple maneuver that he was off balance. He looked up for a split second and saw Sho's bookin coming down toward his head. Thwack! Kuno was laid low by a strike between the eyes. It was lucky for him that his opponent had pulled back much of the force behind his last blow. Sho smiled as he watched him slump into unconsciousness. Today was a day that he had been waiting for. When Kuno had been captain, Sho had been the butt of many jokes and ridiculed daily by the pompous jerk. Now, he had proven beyond a doubt that anyone could defeat the self-righteous jackass with the right training. Kuno was no longer the invincible fighter that many said he was. The shoe was on the other foot. Well done, Team Captain Sho, Ranma said as he and the others applauded him for his victory. The techno-warrior was quite proud of his student. He had seen the hidden potential within Sho and had given him some extra tutoring after school. Sho had very low esteem at the time and believed Kuno's remarks about him being worthless. Ranma had helped the boy gain new self-confidence and had told him that Kuno's moves could be defeated if one would only analyze his fighting style. End of flashback. Ranma shook his head. Kuno just couldn't face reality. He had an IQ rating that was lower than his fighting power level. When Ranma arrived at the school's parking lot, many of the students looked in awe at his disguised hovercycle. Cool bike. Isn't that a Harley Davidson? Whoa! The Nanobot warrior smirked as he got off his bike and parked it. Good morning, students. Good morning, Sensei. The students replied. Several of the girls looked longingly at Ranma as he began walking toward the main school building. One girl, however, simply snorted in disgust. HMPF. I don't see what's so special about him. Akan scoffed as she and Nebiki saw Ranma enter the school. Akan, are you jealous? Nebiki said with a grin. Me. Jealous of that jerk. No way. You're still not sore at him for beating you so easily and showing that you aren't the best martial artist in Mirima, are you? Nebiki said in a teasing tone. That time was just a fluke. I wasn't ready. As I recall, you were the one that attacked first. Admitted Akan. Our new teacher could wipe the floor with you with just his baby finger. And from what I've heard, The Kendo Club has gotten a lot better than Kuno, ever since Mr. Sodom started training them. Maybe even better than you. Ha! I've beaten all those perverts before. Akan said smugly as she recalled all those times the Kendo Club members had attacked her. It was during Kuno's declaration that she be defeated in battle to be dated. She had beaten Kuno repeatedly and he was the best of the Kendus. Those wimps couldn't possibly become better than she. Oh? Then I guess you didn't hear about Kuno being permanently ousted from the Kendo Club. What? I had my girls check it out. Yesterday, Kuno tried to become captain again, but Sorenzubuki beat him. He's been ranting about how Sho used some dark sorcery and cheated in their duel. Akan became pale at this news. Renzabuki? He's the worst member of the Kendo Club. Not anymore. From what I heard, Sho beat Kuno easily. He's the new captain of the Kendo Club. Why didn't I hear about it? Nabiki smirked as she replied. Probably because you were too busy with thinking of how to beat Mr. Sodom. Face it, Akan. If he could teach a loser like Sho to beat Kuno in 2 weeks, then you haven't a chance against him. Come to think of it, the members of the Kendo Club might be good enough not to beat you easily. Thanks for your support, Akan said sarcastically. It's never going to happen. Though she was very irritated at this news, she was also a bit worried. If someone as poorly skilled as Sho could beat someone of Kuno's caliber, then she had a reason to be worried. Her position as the premier martial artist of Nirima was threatened. Furthermore, if what Nabiki was saying was true, she might be expecting those Kendo Club perverts to challenge her for a date. Even though she no longer had to fight those idiots every morning, she was still on edge over this new development. She made a mental note to up her training and break more bricks and training dummies this week. She also wanted to see just how much Sho had improved since she last fought him. Meanwhile, at a certain shrine in Kyushu, a space pirate named Ryoko was tensed up as she faced off against her greatest adversary. Behind her, the Misaki family, Ika, Sasami, Kiyo and Mihashi stood poised for the violence that was sure to erupt between these two. Nangi, the cyan-haired woman, held her hands in front of her and prepared to let loose with a laser bolt. Beside her, Ryohoki stood by at the ready. The intergalactic bounty hunter held up her hand as she addressed her longtime adversary. I'm not here to continue our battle. Today, Ryoko. I have bigger fish to catch. Ryoko became very surprised and a bit insulted at Nangi's seeming indifference to her. They had been fighting tooth and nail every other time they had encountered each other. Now she was ignoring her. That didn't sound right. You're not here to fight? Not today. I'm here for another reason. What do you want? I need to see Washu. Washu? Did someone call my name? The greatest mad scientist in the universe appeared via a dimensional teleporter behind Tenchi. Yeah. Washu, don't do that. Do what? Washu asked innocently, then saw Nangi standing before them. Hello, Nangi. Long time no see. Indeed. So what can I do for you? I'll get straight to the point. I'm sure that you have been monitoring for any ships that had entered Earth's system and landed here. Yes. My satellites even picked up Kenoki's energy signature. I admit that cloaking device you used was good, but not good enough. Nandi became a bit annoyed and mentally made a note to beat the living daylights out of the hustler who had sold her that device. He had claimed that it could even beat Lashu's technology, but Nandi should have known better. I've tracked a person with a price of 4 billion credit units on his head to this planet. Problem is, because of his unique characteristics, he's virtually impossible to locate by normal means. Not to mention that he could level this planet if we're not careful. That's why I'm here. 4 billion. Ryoko whistled. That was even more than the bounty on her head. Yes, it's Vorak. G-O-R-A-K. Keon gasped. Who's Vorak? Kenshi asked. Vorak is a very dangerous person. The galaxy policewoman replied. He's responsible for destroying several hundred colonies and outposts, and he's feared throughout the galaxies as the Lost Destroyer. Lost Destroyer? Yes, that is his main trait. He gets lost very easily. He has the worst sense of direction in the entire universe. However, he's also got the reputation as a destroyer of planets. Several civilizations have suffered severe damage whenever Vorak got lost and tried to find his way back. He's a menace. Nandi nodded. He used to be a fair bounty hunter, but a few years back, he got some stiff competition from a rival as powerful as he was. Their rivalry has been the subject of countless battles. Who is this rival? Kenshi asked. He's here on this planet as well. Oh, not for the same reason I am. I found Ranma in Tokyo. Our enemy. Our enemy. Keon gasped. Who's he? Sasami asked. Mihashi nodded while giving Sasami that silly smile of hers. Oh, everyone in the Galaxy Police knows about the famous bounty hunter and troubleshooter. Keon nodded. Yes, he's helped out the Galaxy Police on several cases and stopped many of Vorak's rampages. Less than even know most of those times. It was because of Vorak's hatred of him that started those rampages. Greater than Keon then added mentally. Yes, and I've already talked with him. Nandi continued. He's here on some personal business, but he will give us any support that we'll need. First of all, we need to find Vorak. That's why I am here. I'm certain that the greatest scientific genius in the universe shouldn't have any problems in locating him. Of course. Washu replied with a smug grin. No problem. She then took on a calculating look. So what do I get out of helping you? Nandi frowned as she expected this kind of reaction from Washu. I'm willing to share the bounty and... Washu held up her hand and said, money doesn't really interest me. However, I'm willing to do this favor for a favor. What kind of favor? Nandi asked. Washu's eyes glint as she said, well, I've always wanted to meet up with the famous Ranma. Do you think you can arrange for him to come here? I suppose I could. Nagi said with suspicion. Why do you want to meet with him? Oh, to satisfy my curiosity about him, that's all. Washu replied. So, do we have a deal? Nagi considered the crab-haired scientist in front of her for a long while, then nodded. Very well, I'll give Ranma your message. Sometime later, in Washu's laboratory, the mad scientist in question was cackling with glee as she worked her console to reconfigure it to detect Vorak's presence. Her thoughts were filled with delightful images of what she was going to do when the famous Ranma was in her clutches. Ever since Ranma had appeared on the Spaceways, Washu had been gathering all the data she could on the mysterious individual who could destroy an entire armada single-handedly and could bring in the worst criminals in the cosmos. There had been many rumors about Ranma having access to technology that was unheard of, and Washu was just dying to know what made him tick. She had her suspicions that the bounty hunter was connected to an old experiment that she had abandoned centuries ago. Furthermore, with the readings that she had detected over the last few weeks, she was positive that her analysis of Ranma would unlock the secrets to his power. Oh yes, she was going to enjoy playing with her soon-to-be new guinea pig. Back at Furanken High, Ranma was finishing up with the day's gym class in self-defense, when he was approached by Sho. Hello Sho. And how are you today? I am fine, Sensei. I would like to speak with you about something, if you have the time. Of course. I'll meet you in my office in 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, Ranma and Sho were quietly discussing in his office. So how are things at the Kendo Club? How are you doing as team captain? Things are alright. We're all getting set for the inter-school tournaments this fall. We're still training as you have shown us, and we're confident that we'll do well. But I wanted to ask you, why did you select me to be the team captain? Why not? Ranma shrugged. Out of all the members, you showed the most dedication and discipline. I wouldn't have put you through all that extra training if you didn't have that potential. Sho nodded as he remembered back to the intense, after-school training sessions Ranma had put him through. The nanobot warrior had lagged his fighting level to be a mere 13, and that was due to very low self-esteem and a lack of will to improve. Ranma had quickly pulled him aside from the rest of the group and secretly trained him in the off hours to get him up to speed with the rest of his fellow Kendus. Surprisingly, Sho did have a remarkable ability to learn quickly, though it was nowhere near Ranma's talents. It was that self-defeating attitude of his that prevented him from realizing his gift. He had been shaken by intimidation by both Kuno and Akan's ability, and being constantly beaten by them had made him feel pretty low. However, with the proper encouragement, Sho soon got over his fears and his skills started to increase substantially. With increased skills came an increase in confidence level. Though Sho didn't know it, his skill level was among the highest in Furanken. So you chose me to be team captain because I did not play favorites. I gave you the extra training because you needed spiritual guidance as well as physical to get you on par with your peers. Ranma cut him off. Your duel with Kuno had proved that you were the best among the club you represented. Oh? Yes. You saw through Kuno's attacks and used the most efficient way to defeat them. You kept a level head and showed very good control. Those are qualities of a good leader. Remember what I told you about powerful people? Shlo nodded. You said that a truly powerful person almost never has to show his or her strength. It is the ones who are ignorant, arrogant and fearful that almost always have to display their power to others. Correct. I consider that a waste of good energy. That is what Tatewaki Kuno and Nakantendo had been doing before I got here. It is because of those displays that they were able to intimidate you and make themselves bigger than what they really are. People believed that they were unbeatable, but in actuality, they are not that great. They may know a few things, but for the most part, they rely on flashy displays and simple brute power. They are almost all show and very little substance. All those little victories had gone to their heads and they used those victories to make themselves seem even more larger than life. That makes them no better than bullies. Shlo nodded in understanding as Ranma continued. And if there's one thing that I hate, it's a bully. That was the reason why I kicked out Sakota, Rishi, and Tenki. Shlo nodded again as he remembered how angry Ranma had gotten when he learned that those three planned to use whatever skills they learned to challenge Akantendo. Apparently, they still followed Kuno's decree to defeat Akan in order to date her. So are you still set on defeating Miss Tendo? The boy straightened up and replied in a confident tone. No, sensei. I couldn't care less who dates her. In fact, the others also agreed that going after her was not worth it. Oh really? It was what you told to me and the others after you kicked out those three from the Kendo Club. You were right, sensei. We all knew that Kuno's senpai was an idiot, and that made us the same for following him. Many of us had realized that we didn't even want to date Akantendo, but after Kuno had made that decree, we just blindly followed it. That was just plain stupid and we all got caught up in it. Plus, we also imagined what it would be like to be dating someone like her. We prefer girls who are less prone to violence. Shlo's cheeks took on a faint, red tinge. Ranma smiled at his pupil. Very good, Shlo. I am pleased to see that my teachings have not been wasted. Not only have you learned how to fight, but you also know when not to fight, as well as think for yourself. That is the true definition of a warrior. Thank you, sensei. After school, Shlo was feeling pretty good about himself as he casually walked home with his book and slung over his shoulder. It was then that he turned around a corner and found himself face to face with Akantendo and her sister Nebiki as they were also heading home. Oops. Excuse me, Nebiki, Akan. Hello, Shlo. Fancy meeting you here. Nebiki was already sizing Shlo up and saw that his form had filled out more and that he seemed more confident. As soon as Akan saw him and his bookin, her body tensed up and her natural dislike for boys reared up as she hissed at him. So what do you want? You come challenge me, Shlo? So shrugged his shoulders and said, "Why, I had no quarrel with you." Akan was taken aback at this sudden lack of interest. The last time they had fought, Sho had gone all out to beat her during the usual morning battle. Akan had defeated him easily, of course, but that didn't stop him from trying continually. "Well, I would have thought that for someone who beat Kuno, you would have been wanting to challenge me for a date. Come on, let's see what you've got." Akan took a ready stance as Nebiki looked on with interest. Sho cocked his head to one side, then shrugged again. "Why would I want to date you? You're not my type. I don't like girls with ill tempers and violent tendencies." "What did you say?" Akan said as her anger began to rise. "How this boy called her that?" She was getting ready to launch a haymaker at him that would knock out most of his teeth. So remained calm as he said, "Thanks to Master Sodom, I have finally opened my eyes. Date whomever you please, but I shall not fight for your hand as I consider it unworthy. Good day to you." Akan was in a state of shock over his casual dismissal as Sho simply turned to walk away. Her temper began to fume and then reached the boiling point. How dare this boy ignore her like that? It was at that time she lost it completely. "Hey, RRGHHHH." Akan struck forward with her fist, aiming for the back of Sho's head, but then winced as it impacted with wood. Thwack! Nebiki was surprised to see Sho pivot gracefully and bring up his book and to counter Akan's punch. He used a quick strike across Akan's knuckles, then stepped back a few feet and waited for her next attack. "OW." Akan retracted her bruised fist, then became more angry and started throwing some more punches, followed up by some kicks. However, she hit nothing but air as Sho used some simple evasion tactics to dance around her attacks. Unfortunately for the Tendo girl, she did tend to telegraph her moves, and Ranma's training had made Sho more proficient in analyzing his opponent's fighting style. Less than HMM. Master Sodom was correct in Akan's fighting style as well. She tends to use brute force and relies very little on skill. Greater than he easily jumped over a leg sweep, then noticed how slow Akan was in recovering. Less than her anger is just making her attacks even more predictable. What did I ever see in her? Greater than Sho swerved to the left to dodge a straight kick, then leaned back a bit to avoid a roundhouse. Less than she single quotes always attacking, and the holes in her defense are big. Greater than Sho continued to hold back from striking her as he dodged her attacks with relative ease. Nebiki was shocked to see how much Sho had improved and became even more curious as to how Ranma could have taught him. By this time, Akan was breathing hard and was blinded with rage as she tried a suicidal lunge at him. "Don't just stand there. Attack me, you coward. Fight me for real." As if in response, Sho twisted to the side, evading the lunge, then brought the edge of his bouquin up against Akan's exposed throat. The Tendo girl stopped suddenly as she felt the edge of the wooden blade against her skin. Sho said in a calm voice, If I did fight you for real, then you would have been a head shorter by now. I did not want to fight in the first place, but you may force me to end it." He then retracted the sword and gave a slight bow before turning around and walking away. As he rounded a corner, he called back to Akan. "Goodbye, Akan Tendo. I really don't see why Kuno would want you." It was on that note that Sho decided to give her the final insult, Kuno's style, as he struck a pose. "My infatuation with you was merely a passing fancy of youth, gone with the morning dew as my tastes mature. I now prefer more womanly aspects." He gave playful wink to Nebiki, then he was gone. Akan was in total shock at the moment. She couldn't believe it. She had lost to Shorenzubuki, the worst fighter in school. She was supposed to be the heir of the Tendo school of the anything goes, but Sho had made her look like an amateur. Gee, it was intolerable. How could she have lost to someone like him? Furthermore, the boy dared to brush her off and then flirt with her sister. That hurt her even worse than her defeat. Akan began fuming even more as thought about the cause to all her troubles. That new teacher had the gall to butt into her fights and humiliate her in front of class. Now he was making the others forget about her. Well, she'd show them all that Akan Tendo was not someone to be taken lightly. She'd make them remember just who was tops around here. Nebiki became very amused at Akan's humiliating defeat. Then she started thinking about the financial possibilities about this development. She could make some major yen with this kind of information. Then there was a bit at the end that made her think. Getting a date had become almost a distant memory after that stupid declaration of Kuno's that sent every available boy after her sister. Now, this new interest in her instead of the spoiled princess, made Nebiki speculate even further. As this was going on, strange devices from another galaxy were zigzagging all over Japan as they continued in their search for a certain bounty hunter turned high school instructor. The machines were probes from Vorak's ship and were diligent in their mission in locating Ranma's whereabouts. They were saucer-shaped and were no larger than small ashtrays. Each device used a special cloaking device that hid them from sight as they utilized their sensors to detect any sign of Ranma. One probe made its way toward Furinken High and began to give off a signal to its counterparts, as it detected the unique energy emissions that Ranma produced. The combination of key and nanite technology was found in only two people in the quadrant, Vorak and Ranma. The strange bonding of life energy with the microbes made them almost undetectable by normal standards as the key masked the presence of the nanites. The nanites used their sensory adaptation systems to blend the key into the surrounding energy fields of any environment, thereby hiding it. Of course, Vorak was far better at evading detection, due to his innate ability to get hopelessly lost. As the probe neared the second-story office of Ranma, the nanobot warrior's own sensors went off. Ranma. Sensors indicate that the area is being probed! Ranma shot up from his desk and began scanning the area around him. As he looked out the window, The scanners built into his eyes detected an energy signature that indicated that some kind of surveillance device with a cloaking device was in the front schoolyard. His eyes narrowed as his biocomputer ran a diagnostic scan on the device. Vicarian secret probe Mark IV with cloaking device. Sensors indicate that it is one of 50 probes detected within a 10-block radius of host's current position. All seem to converging on our location. Less than what are they looking for? Greater than computer analysis of flight patterns and sensor calibrations indicate that host is their target. As if to validate the computer's response, the probe that was in the school suddenly stopped, then zoomed toward the window of Ranma's office, sending out a signal to the other probes. The other 49 probes also flew toward the school. Fortunately, all the students and most of the staff had gone home for the day, leaving Ranma in a nearly empty building. Knowing that he would not be seen, he raised a finger and aimed. Less than laser dot greater than a thin red beam of light shot forward and blasted the probe. The device exploded and a small shower of debris was seen falling toward the ground. It was then that Ranma's scanners began picking up the presence of the other probes as they neared the area. Less than computer. Ion disruptor field. We can't let those probes relay our position back to whoever sent them. Oh, I have a feeling that they're from Vorak! Greater than affirmative. Ranma held out his hands and aimed the palms down at the probes. Blasts of red energy shot out and blanketed the entire schoolyard. Though they caused no physical damage, the bursts of disruptive ions began scrambling the transmissions of the probes. Within his ship, Vorak began cursing as his view screen began showing nothing but static. He had thought he had pinpointed the location of his hated enemy, but now he suspected that Ranma had caught on and was employing some countermeasures to defeat the probes he had sent to Japan. His instrument console then indicated that his probes were being destroyed. Less than no matter. I know his general location, though I don't dare leave my ship, at least at the moment. Greater than since his landing on Earth, Vorak had discovered that the galaxy police were also on this world, and the only way he had avoided detection was by staying behind the protective shielding of his craft. It was also because of the fact that he would get hopelessly lost if he were to move more than a dozen feet. No. He needed something else to draw out his enemy from hiding. He smirked as he thought up of an idea and pressed a button. Less than this will get his attention. I'll be able to confirm his presence on this mudball and attack him without the galaxy police riding my tail. Here. Just you wait, Ranma. I'll have my revenge. But for now, just think of this as my way of saying hello to you. Greater than in the broom closet of the Misaki home, which housed the interdimensional lab of Washu, the greatest mad scientist in the universe looked up from her computations as her satellite tracking systems had detected something had been launched from somewhere from the western hemisphere of the planet. The object in question was speeding along at Mach 15 and was set to land in Tokyo in a couple of minutes. What the heck is that? Washa began tapping on her holographic keyboard, trying to analyze the object, but it was enclosed in a heavy outer shell to prevent probing, and soon disappeared from her scanners as it landed just outside the city. In the main living room, Nagi was just complimenting Sasami on the tea she had made. Ryoko and the others were sitting opposite to her and were eyeing her nervously. The space pirate was especially wary of her. Nagi had called a temporary truce until the Vorak matter was settled. Ryoko wasn't going to let her guard down for an instant. Kenoki and Ryohoki were cuddling near the doorway. "So how did meet up with Ranma?" Kiyo asked, trying to engage in conversation and ease the tension in the air. Nagi gave a nonchalant shrug as she replied, "I met him on Sigru's Eye, 3 years ago when I was going after Bald Hair Shardida." "Bald Hair Shardida?" Kiyo gasped. "He was one of the toughest and most heinous of terrorists in the Centrum Quadrant." Mihashi took on a blank look as she tried to get that vacant spot in her head to process the information. Wasn't he a criminal?" Kiyo restrained from face-faulting from her partner's unbelievable lack of awareness. "Mihashi, Bald Hair was one of the top criminals on the most wanted lists of the Galaxy Police. No one could track him down, let alone capture him." She then turned to Nagi. "That is, until I heard that he was brought in 3 years ago by a bounty hunter." Nagi nodded. "That was Ranma all right. I was pretty shocked to learn that not only was I beaten to the punch, but also that he had single-handedly destroyed Bald Hair's entire fleet of 50 battle cruisers and his fortress on Sigru's Eye. Ranma and I have crossed paths many times since then, but we've always maintained a professional courtesy toward each other. He's my greatest rival as a bounty hunter." Nagi's cheeks had the slightest tint of red in them before she quickly smothered it. She then turned to Kiyon. "So have you met him?" This time it was the Galaxy policewoman's turn to become a little flustered. "Yes, we've met a couple of times over the last few years, before Mihashi and I were assigned to this sector." Kiyon thought back to all the times Ranma had come to GP headquarters, usually dragging a battered and bruised criminal by the scruff of his neck. The people he brought in were usually Class I or II bounties and were considered among the most dangerous. He had also done the Galaxy Police several favors by stopping terrorist attacks and defusing hostile situations with no casualties, at least not on their side. The bad guys, however, usually got the worst of the exchange. He had become so efficient as a troubleshooter that the commanding officers had repeatedly offered Ranma to join the Galaxy Police. Though he had turned them down each time, Kiyo had been having dreams about ditching Mihashi and seeing herself standing triumphantly with her new partner. She wasn't the only female officer who had that vision. It was then that Lasha came running into the room. "Guys, I've just detected something heading toward Japan." "What is it?" Nagi asked. At Furankan High, Ranma had just finished with dispatching the last of the probes when his ship's sensors began picking up something approaching Japan and relayed it to Ranma via a cybernetic link. "Less than computer, What's going on? Greater than the nanobot warrior turned his head in the direction of whatever was coming his way. Engaging his telescopic vision, he began scanning the skies. His eyes widened as he began zooming in on an object that was crossing the Pacific Ocean at better than Mach 15. Preliminary scans indicate that it is a military-grade transport casing. Unable to determine its contents due to heavy shielding and interference field being emitted. Estimated time of arrival to Japan's coast. 1.2 minutes. Less than I single quote I'll wager that thing belongs to Vorak. Greater than, probability of connection to arrival estimated at 92.3%. Less than point of impact. Greater than, object single quote S estimated landing site is 3 square blocks east of Ranma and Jaban districts. Less than good grief. Vorak's aim has gotten better. We have to intercept whatever that thing is before innocent civilians get hurt. Greater than, affirmative. However, Ghost cannot risk being identified by locals. Less than that it's a good thing that my bodysuit covers everything. Let's go. Greater than Ranma raced toward his motorcycle and was soon speeding down the streets. When he turned into a deserted alley, he pressed a hidden switch while at the same time, mentally commanding his cyberwave clothes to alter his appearance. The cycle suddenly took off and began shifting its form. The anti-gravity pods extended from their hidden housings while the wheels retracted back. The armor sections emerged, along with the side blasters and missile tubes. The rear thrusters engaged as they popped out, and soon the intergalactic warrior was streaking across the sky at better than 250 miles per hour. Ranma was now clad in his black, cyberwave bodysuit armor with head mask and visor, making him completely unidentifiable. At the same time, the transport casing had already crossed the coast of Japan and was now descending toward its landing coordinates. Though Vorak was unable to ascertain Ranma's precise location, he still managed to get a general idea as to where his rival was, and programmed the transport casing to land near those coordinates. The people started shouting as they saw a huge, cylindrical object come down from the sky like a huge missile. Panic began to spread as the citizens began to scatter, thinking that this was some kind of nuclear attack. The last time Japan had been under attack was during World War II, when the Americans had dropped the atomic bombs on them, and they had no desire to experience that again. Look up there. What is it? Take cover. People held their breath when the object slammed into the ground and dug a wide trench into the pavement. Fortunately, the streets were mostly deserted in this section of town. The transport casing slid to a screeching halt after slamming into a traffic light and all became silent. Spectators were relieved when it didn't explode, and wondered what was going on when the cylinder suddenly split open and a sound was heard from within. That was when all hell broke loose. As Ranma neared the impact area, he saw a huge burst of light, followed by a loud explosion of sound. Less than computer. That's no ordinary explosion. Greater than, confirmed. Disturbance matches that of high-grade thermal meson charges. Proceed with caution. Asterisk, less than you got that right. Greater than Ranma then pressed another switch as he descended toward the area. The hovercycle then began another transformation. The entire structure began to shift and contort itself around Ranma's body as sections began to fuse with his bodysuit. Armored sleeves and gauntlets appeared on his arms. His upper torso became encased in a heavily armored breastplate and epaulets. The side blasters were relocated to shoulder mounts while the front and rear anti-gravity pods became situated on his back. The rear thrusters relocated to wing-like projections mounted on either side of the warrior. More armor units appeared and locked onto his lower trunk, legs and feet. In less than 2 seconds, the Cataclysm Rider Mark XI Agri converted to become a powerful bat exo-frame to augment Ranma's bodysuit. The upper portion of the exo-frame formed a kind of interlocking helmet to provide better protection. The entire frame was packing more firepower than most third-world countries. With thrusters blazing, Ranma dug down toward the battle zone and saw it. Even by Ranma's standards, Vorak's battle drone was huge. It was roughly humanoid in configuration, but had 4 arms instead of 2. Its height measured more than 80 feet and looked like some mechanized samurai. Bystanders began scattering as it released intense beams of heat, ice, force and various explosive and armor-piercing projectiles. Tokyo wouldn't last long if that monster was left unchecked. Asterisk Zeta or Kainon Combat Droid Mark GII. Designed for heavy assault and armed with high-grade energy and projectile weaponry. Analysis indicates that this particular model has been recently upgraded from the standard. Outer armor is composed of neutronium/pandanium alloy. Danger level rated at 2500. Asterisk, Ranma nodded. He had wanted to get some more excitement in his life ever since he took the job as a physical educator at Furanken. Kuma was a joke and was only good for a second or two of amusement every time they clashed. The interplanetary troubleshooter had no doubts about being able to defeat this new menace. The trick was doing it without reducing Tokyo to rubble and endangering innocent civilians. As a result, using his more powerful weapons was not an option. As the nanobot warrior was about to engage it, his scanners picked up some new objects approaching the area at extreme speeds. He put his exo-frame into hover mode and turned to see what was coming. Hidden above some clouds was a huge ship that Ranma recognized as a patrol vessel of the Galaxy Police. His scanners zoomed in and saw 2 objects being released from an exit port. One of those objects began flying in an erratic pattern. He enhanced the image and saw that the 2 objects in front were in fact Galaxy Police battlesuits. One of them was blue and the other was red. The blue one was in level flight, but the red one seemed to be going all over the place, as if its pilot didn't have the slightest idea of how to control the mecha. Less than that single quote, "That's weird. Somehow that flight pattern looks familiar," and, greater than it was then that he remembered back to a time on Gear 80 Less than that can't be, Mihashi. Greater than he began scanning the ship again and sure enough, saw the registration numbers that belonged to the Yagami. Inside the red-colored power armor, the blonde detective was screaming frantically as she tried to get her battle suit under control, with very little success. Look out, Mihashi! Keyon shouted as she deftly maneuvered her machine to avoid a mid-air collision with her partner. Then a huge sweat drop formed behind her head as she saw the red-colored machine suddenly make a suicidal power dive toward the enemy combat droid. Apparently, Mihashi was still a bit rusty at being able to pilot a battle suit and mistook the afterburner controls for the braking mechanisms. Mihashi desperately pushed buttons and controls in a totally haphazard way in the hopes that she would be able to stop her machine before she crashed into something. As she looked out of her cockpit, she blanched as she saw the combat droid begin to take aim at her. Stop! Stop! Please! Stop! It was no use, however, as she had accidentally locked her suit into the dive. As she saw the automaton raise one of its arms and directed a wicked-looking plasma blaster at her, she shut her eyes and whimpered. That was when she was suddenly thrown forward as her suit made an abrupt change in direction. Fortunately, she was wearing her harness and avoided smacking her face against the front of the cockpit. She shook her head and looked up, seeing bright flashes of light erupt off to one side. She realized that she had somehow evaded the plasma blasts. It was then that her suit's computer gave a holographic image of her own suit and something holding onto it from behind. Her eyes widened as she saw that her suit was being held by an advanced exo-frame whose pilot was smiling at her. Hey Mihashi, long time no see. Ranma. Don't worry Mihashi, I got you. Ranma assured as he activated the cyberlink jack of his exo-frame to take control of Mihashi's machine. The battle suit shut down its thrusters as Ranma zigzagged around the barrage of laser fire being directed at him and Mihashi. At this time, the combat droid had identified Ranma as its main target and let loose with a withering storm of particle beams, photon bolts and maser torpedoes. Luckily for the denizens of Tokyo, the battle was taking place in a sparsely populated area and most of the people had already fled. Meanwhile, Ranma launched a flight of micro-missiles that detonated in front of the combat droid and released powerful electro-scrambler pulse bursts to temporarily blind the machine's scanners. As the machine paused for a moment to compensate for the sudden interference, Ranma guided Mihashi's suit to a nearby roof. Keyon came down to the same roof a moment later. Ranma smiled as he saw Mihashi's partner. Hello Keyon. Good to see you again. Keyon became a little flustered at meeting up with the famous bounty hunter and ally to the GP, as she started feeling like a nervous fan who just encountered her favorite movie star. Hello again, it's good to see you, and, Keyon shook her head to clear it. I mean, thank you for saving my partner. Is Mihashi alright? Ranma nodded. She'll be okay. You'll have to get her out of here though. I was forced to shut down her battlesuit's main systems. It looked like she locked her thrusters and I had to shut the entire suit down to turn them off. She's going to be stuck in it for a while. You can take care of her while I take care of Vorak's little toys. Without waiting for Keon's response, Ranma jetted off to engage the combat droid. Keon shook her head and sighed as she gazed at her immobilized partner. Up above in the Yagami, the Kabbits, Nagi, Washu, Tenchi, Ryoko and Aiko were watching the main monitor as the battle between Ranma and the droid raged. "Shouldn't we go down there and help him?" Tenchi asked. Nagi shrugged and replied, "I don't think Ranma will have any problems with that thing. He's gone up against far worse than a little heavy assault droid. We'd be in his way. Oh, I have to admit, that combat droid looks a lot more advanced than what the Vorak was capable of." Washu nodded as she brought out her holographic computer and began working. It seems to have 5 to 6 times more firepower than the standard galactic models, and despite its heavier armor, seems to be more maneuverable. She looked back at the screen and became intrigued at the power level readouts on Ranma. Oh yes, she was going to enjoy examining her soon-to-be new guinea pig. She began wondering if she still had that nurse's outfit. At the battle scene, Ranma jetted around another volley of laser beams while returning fire with his gauntlet blasters and shoulder-mounted photon cannons. The blasts hit home on the automaton's chest, but did little more than scratch the armor's surface. The nanobot warrior jetted back to get more fighting room and evade another attack as the droid released another flock of missiles. Pulling his suit into evasive measures, he avoided being hit but then saw that the ordnance were heading toward a skyscraper and his biocomputer told him that there were people inside. Engaging his exoframe's thrusters, Ranma zoomed ahead and managed to get to the building before the missiles did. He turned around and began shooting them down. Explosions lighted up the sky as the techno-warrior intercepted every one of the missiles before they collided with the building. However, as Ranma became preoccupied with his task, the combat droid took advantage of the situation and advanced on him. Just as Ranma blew up the last missile, the automaton swung one of its fists at him. Ranma had no time to dodge and was struck hard, sending him flying backward several hundreds of meters. Luckily, his exoframe took the brunt of the hit, as well as cushioned him from the impact as he crashed into a nearby construction site that was empty at the moment. The automatic force field generator kicked in as he hurtled toward the ground. He landed hard into the foundation of a half-completed building, plowing into the concrete and causing reinforced steel rods to snap like matchsticks. Ranma was dazed and shook his head to clear it. When he looked up, he winced as he saw the combat droid aim all 4 of its arms at him. Less than this is going to sting. Greater than auto-cannons began shooting out heavy kinetic shells at high velocity, causing concrete to crumble. Plasma bolts and laser beams ignited the target area and caused steel and glass to melt like butter. High-energy missiles caused gas mains to explode and added to the carnage. Construction vehicles and propane tanks blew up, causing firestorms. The entire structure collapsed on top of Ranma, burying him under several hundred tons of rubble. However, the combat droid didn't stop as it continued to loose volley after volley of destruction. To say that it was programmed for overkill would be an understatement. For a full minute, the machine continued to pound away at the mound of debris. Finally, as it stopped in its barrage, there was nothing left of the site but a large mound of scorched earth. Nothing the size of an amoeba could have survived. Then suddenly, the mound began to tremble and shake. The combat droid held up its arms, ready for action. It was at that time that something exploded up from the mound and slammed into the machine, knocking it back. The droid fell backward and landed on its back, causing the street to tremble and buckle as several hundred tons came crashing down. There was a huge, smoking, hole in its chest. The machine's head looked up to see what had knocked it down and saw Ranma emerge from the mound without his exo-frame and several rips in his bodysuit. Slung over his shoulder and held with one arm was a wicked-looking weapon that resembled an oversized bazooka. The weapon's muzzle was smoking after discharging its payload. On the Yagami, Washa grinned as the monitor zoomed in on the weapon. Ooh, a Mark IV Devastator heavy electromagnetic hyper-railgun. I didn't know he had one of those. On the ground, Ranma glared at the machine as it struggled to get to its feet. His Cataclysm Rider had sustained massive damage and he had been forced to send it into subspace to be repaired later. Fortunately, the frame had saved him from serious injury and he survived the attack with only a few bruises and cuts, which were already being healed by his nanites. A moment later and the cyberwolf suit closed up the tears as the combat droid was getting set to attack again. Less than computer, exo-armor, phase I greater than, affirmative. In an instant, his hyper-railgun disappeared and his body became encased in new armor. A helmet appeared on his head and melded with the head mask. Chest armor and backpack appeared and adhered to his torso. Gauntlets, boots, belt and other pieces of the exo-armor appeared and joined with his bodysuit. In less than a second, Ranma became outfitted with battle armor that made Iron Man look like a Tinker toy. Washu whistled as her computer gave more readouts. The sudden appearance of the new armor indicated that Ranma had access to a subspace pocket that was far beyond Earth's technological capabilities and perhaps even most other races. The way he summoned it was also a mystery as she saw no devices being used and that strange energy being emitted again. Ranma wasted no time in taking the combat droid apart. Just as the machine fired at him again, his back thrusters ignited and he shot forward. He aimed his gauntlets at one of the arms and focused his ki, releasing a huge blast into the barrel of one of the autocannons. The weapon backfired as the energy blew up the chamber, severely damaging Lim in the explosion. Before the robot could react, Ranma flew up to the junction of the opposite shoulder and sent a powerful, ki-enhanced punch into the joint. His fist was surrounded by an aura of power as it slammed into the junction where arm met body. The circuit sparked and the limb was blown off in the explosion. The droid reeled, as two of its limbs were rendered inoperative. Using its remaining arms, it tried to shoot the darting figure that flew around him like a mosquito. However, Ranma smiled as he jigged and zagged around the shots, then dived toward the neck of the droid. With another high-intensity ki blast, he separated the thing's head from its body, causing it to flail about. Ranma saw that the robot was almost done and was about to deliver the coup de grace when his biocomputer began giving off alerts. Asterisk warning. Combat droid's main power core going critical. Explosion imminent. Asterisk, less than HMM. Should have figured that Vorak put some kind of self-destruct device. Well, we can't have it detonate in the city, so Ranma made a mental command for several disc-shaped devices to appear in his hands. Each object was about the size of an ashtray and he quickly began adjusting their controls. He then began throwing them like frisbees at the flailing combat droid, which was starting to glow with a red light and emitting intense heat. The devices attached themselves to the robot's surface and began emitting their own energy fields. On the Yagami, Kenshi looked at the monitor and asked, "What are those things?" Washu nodded, as she understood Ranma's plan. "Those are graviton field generators, which can either increase the force of gravity on an object or nullify it. Judging by their settings, I'd say he's planning to get the combat droid away from the city before it self-destructs." "What? Self-destructs?" Washu smirked. "Yep. My sensors indicate that the droid's main power core is about to go critical. Don't worry about it. Even though there's enough power in it to make the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima look like a firecracker, it won't be able to hurt us. Watch. The droid should go on in 3, 2, 1. On cue. The massive machine suddenly shot upward at an incredible rate as the graviton field generators increased the force of repulsion between it and the surface of the Earth. It was incredible to see such a huge robot suddenly fly upward like a rocket, and when it reached an altitude of 30 miles, it exploded in a blinding flash of light and a deafening sound was heard. People who saw the explosion winced at its brightness, despite it being so far away. Down on the ground, Ranma nodded as his computer confirmed that the droid had been totally destroyed. Though the immediate threat was over, he knew this was only the first skirmish between him and Vorak. He sighed as he began thinking about what to do next. To be continued. Author's notes. Wow! I thought I'd never get this chapter finished. If it seemed to be a little rushed, well, I've been really busy with real life and it's cutting into my writing time. Naturally, of course, the media is going to have a field day with the bat and who should see Ranma on TV but a few certain people on a husband hunting expedition. Nagi will also be getting more into Ranma's life as she sees him at Furinken, which will cause an uproar with the male students. Circumflex accent underscore Vorak will also be causing trouble in his bid to destroy our cybernetic hero, and you can expect the Tenchi cast to get involved as well as perhaps a few others. Hint, hint, see you there. Ranmatech disclaimer, what are you looking at me for? I write in because I can. Less than greater than. Thoughts, asterisk asterisk, computer responses chapter 5. Meet Miss Nagi. Ranma frowned as he looked at the morning paper. On the front page was a large photo of himself in his exo-armor during his fight with Vorak's battle drawn the day before. He winced as he read the headlines. Mysterious Rocket Ranger saves Tokyo from rampaging space mecha. Less than Rocket Ranger. They're calling me Rocket Ranger? Sheesh. Greater than, asterisk Ghost is showing considerable signs of irritation. Asterisk, less than no kidding. Greater than Ranma mentally replied. Less than damn. I was hoping to keep a low profile here. Looks like I'm going to have to deal with Vorak soon. Greater than, asterisk there is a 92% probability that sworn enemy will come into confrontation with host within the next few days. Asterisk, less than, oh this is just perfect. Greater than Ranma thought with sarcasm as he wondered just what he was going to do. His greatest rival was somewhere on the planet and wouldn't think twice about devastating the Earth to get to him. Furthermore, a certain intergalactic mega-genius kept on bugging him to get a certain sample from him. He shuddered a bit as he thought back to what happened after the battle. Flashback, in the laboratory of Washu. It's a pleasure to finally meet with the famous Ranma, Washu said as she shook Ranma's hand. All the while, her eyes wandered all over his well-built frame, much to the annoyance of Nagi, who was standing behind him. Less than HMM. Perfect proportions. Greater than Washu thought as she mentally began listing all the fun examinations that she had planned for him. The famous bounty hunter and troubleshooter was a prime example of the humanoid body at the pinnacle of perfection. His body wasn't bulky like a weightlifter's, but also wasn't as lean as a gymnast's. He was perfectly balanced between the two comparisons. He emanated a sense of brute power, yet also a kind of grace, which promised agility and speed. He had the best of both worlds, and from what she observed from the battle, he could use his abilities to their utmost potentials. The energy readings she had collected during the battle indicated that he was using some kind of power source that was unknown and could not be measured accurately, even by devices created by her. And that was saying something. Then there was the fact that he was using high-powered weaponry that had been deemed forbidden by the Intergalactic Council. Of course, she had contributed to that list herself, by inventing things like ozone-depleting bullets, neutron-oscillating grenades, and her interdimensional cannon, which could level a galaxy. Another fact was that Ranma stored his weapons in some kind of subspace pocket that was light years ahead of anything that was possible by Earth standards, and many other worlds. Oh yes, she was sufficiently intrigued enough to mentally list him as her soon-to-be new guinea pig. It's a pleasure. So Nagi tells me that you're scanning for Vorak. I appreciate the help, So what can I do for you in return, Miss Washu? The mad scientist smirked as she said in her most kawaii voice. Please, can you call me Little Washu? Ranma had a bit of a sweat drop, but shrugged and said, Alright, Little Washu. Washu grinned as she leaned forward and said, Now then, as for what you can do for me. Her smile became even more pronounced. Less than greater than some time later. Ranma sat up from the examination table. Currently, he was unclothed from the waist up and barefoot. He appeared to be wearing only a pair of black pants. He mentally gave the command to his cyberwave suit and it instantly expanded itself back into its full form, complete with boots, gloves and shirt. His body was completely covered, except for his head. On the side near a console, Washu was very interested in the readouts she had gotten after scanning her subject. Of course, she had also taken the liberty of snapping a few 3D holograms of Ranma as she had instructed him into certain positions for examinations. Purely for scientific research, of course, yeah, right, circumflex X and underscore. She nodded as she saw Ranma become fully clothed again. Interesting. That's some bodysuit you have there. Complete with unstable molecule fabric and subatomic microwave fiber relays for cybernetic manipulation, right? Something like that. Ranma replied. Washu looked back at her readouts and said, That bodysuit is more advanced than the standard Synedich fabric that is being used at present. It used to be a set of Synedich body armor, but I've had it modified. I've got several sets. Very nice. Cuts down on your wardrobe, I imagine. Washu then began summarizing the information that the displays on her console were showing her. She could barely contain her excitement. Ranma, did you know that you happen to be host to the most advanced colony of nanomachines that I have ever encountered? Those little robots are way beyond anything in terms of nanotechnology. I wouldn't have been able to scan them at all, if you hadn't let down your protective screens. Ranma shrugged, as it was no big deal to him. The nanites within his body had saved his life and made him what he was today. I still haven't identified the main energy source that those nanites are using. Washu cited. Oh, I did discover several micronized, highly efficient backup generators that work on the same principle as meson/anti-meson thermoelectric power cells. I've also analyzed your body's organic tissue and it seems to be continually evolving, probably because of those nanites. Your body is working at near 100% efficiency. And it looks like those nanites are continually improving themselves with the rest of your body. Ranma nodded. Each time I encounter a new situation, my nanites reconfigure to counter whatever threat or challenge. And you say that you don't remember how you came to be that way or who put those nanites in you. Haven't got a clue. Ranma said. Washu nodded as she looked at the schematic of one of the nanites, magnified 1 billion times. Of course, since the nanomachines continually improved themselves, what she was looking at was only their present design. Already, She could see the structure of the nanite gradually alter itself. Less than interesting. The nanites are replicating and mutating Ranma's own DNA. They're continually improving on their host at the same time they evolve. This could mean that Ranma might be able to achieve a perfect form in which further evolution may not be necessary. Might be fun to see what he finally evolves into. This reminds me of an old experiment I tried a few thousand years ago. I wonder. Greater than, so are you done already? Ranma asked as he stood up. That was when Washu smiled evilly. She then said, well, not quite. You see, since your nanites have made your skin invulnerable to penetration by syringe or any other extraction device I have, I'm going to need to collect a certain bodily fluid sample. What? Ranma definitely didn't like the way she phrased that. I can't get any blood samples, since it would take too much energy and time to get through that super strong hide of yours. Plus the fact that those nanorobots would see my attempts to getting to your blood as a threat. They'd probably counter any method that I'd try on them. The nanites are also setting up a disruption field to prevent me from using a transphasic teleporter to get some samples. Saliva, sweat and urine wouldn't give me any nanites or your own genetic material for me to study. I can't even get a hair sample, and even then, that wouldn't give any nanites to study. However, there is one fluid sample that would contain sufficient organic tissue that contains at least half of your genetic code. I'm also betting that a few of your nanites are bonded to those cells. So won't you? Washu suddenly snapped her fingers and was instantly dressed in a nurse's outfit. She then snapped on a pair of latex gloves and said in her kawaii voice, I'm ready now. What's with the nurse's outfit? Ranma really had a bad feeling about this. I'm an angel of mercy and I've got magic fingers. Washu rubbed her hands with glee. Magic fingers? What are you talking? Ranma then realized what she was implying as he saw her eyes travel down toward his crow's nest. Now hold on a minute. So come on now. Don't be shy. I promise to be gentle as I shake the dew off your lily. Ranma suddenly jumped back, raised an arm and materialized the annihilator. Washu's eyes crossed as she found herself staring down the barrel of the weapon. She had a large sweat drop as she realized what was being aimed at her. Error. That wouldn't happen to be a Mark 20 Annihilator Super Antimatter Cannon, now would it? Nope. Ranma replied. Whew. It's a Mark 25. Mark 25. Washu gasped. The Annihilator Cannon series had been banned after the Mark 19 models came out. Of course, that didn't stop Washu from creating the Mark 20 model and even using the basic layout to create her devastating dimensional cannon. Now she was faced with a weapon that was more than capable of reducing a galaxy to subatomic particles. Did I mention that along with my body, my nanites also continually upgrade my weapons and equipment? I think we'll hold off on getting that sample, Washu said with a sheepish grin. Less than 4 now. Greater than end of flashback. Ranma shook his head and shuddered. He was pretty certain that Lashu wasn't the type to give up, once she set her mind onto something. He decided to table those thoughts for later as he prepared to head for Furankenhai. After mentally commanding the bodysuit he was wearing to shift into a simple ensemble of sweatpants, t-shirt and running shoes, he went to exit his apartment. He was quite surprised when he opened the front door and found Nagi standing before him. "Good morning, Ranma." "Nagi?" Ranma couldn't help but stare at what his old acquaintance was wearing. Nagi was still wearing the hairpiece that kept her dark hair in place and that facial mark on her right cheek. However, instead of the skin-tight outfit that she usually had on, she was now wearing a dark blue blouse and matching skirt that came to just above her knees. She also had on a pair of 1-inch heeled pumps, and Ranma had to tear his eyes away from her long, slender legs. He also noticed that her ample bosom seemed to strain at the fabric of her blouse. Ranma swallowed hard. "Nagi? What are you doing here? And why are you wearing?" The female bounty hunter shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm here to walk with you to that school." "What?" "Well, since we still haven't found Vorak, I feel that the best bet is to stay near you. Eventually, he will have to show himself to get to you, right? So I had Lasha create a new wardrobe for me to help fit in, Ranma asked. "That's right. I also had her hack into the computer systems at Furankenhai. We're going to be working together." Nagi gave Ranma a wink. "What?" Nagi nodded, as her grin became even wider. "You're looking at the newest member of the teaching staff at Furankenhai. You're a teacher?" Nagi nodded as she sided up to Ranma and took an arm. "But Nagi, you don't know anything about teaching." "Au contraire," Nagi said with a smile as they began walking toward Furanken. "You are looking at Furanken's new physical education instructor for the girls' gymnastic and track and field programs. We're going to be working alongside each other. I do know a thing or two about martial arts as well, or have you forgotten?" "How could I forget? I was the one who trained you," Ranma replied with a sigh. "I really don't think." "Too late, Ranma. The school board has already accepted my application. Like it or not, and I know I'm going to like it, we're partners again until this matter with Vorak is settled." Nagi snuggled up even closer as they approached the front gates. Ranma sighed again. He knew from past experience that, like Washu, once Nagi set her mind to something, she wasn't likely going to give up on the idea. "Well, I guess there's no stopping you. By the way, what about Kenoki? He's staying with Ryohoki back at the Masaki residence. Since I'm mentally linked to him, he'll come when I call for him." As the couple came to the gates, the students of the school got quite an eyeful of seeing the most handsome teacher to ever attend the establishment with a very attractive woman hanging on his arm. Of course, this got the gossip flowing. "Wow! Who's the babe? Is she his girlfriend?" God! Just when we were about to find happiness. Whoa! Is she a teacher? No way! Why does he have all the luck? Looks like someone has staked her claim on Mr. Sodom. It's not fair. Yeah, Ken has all the other boys in school and now Mr. Sodom's been taken. Nagi smirked as she looked up and saw Ranma becoming uncomfortable with all the comments and rumors that were circulating in the crowds. She knew he had enhanced hearing and could pick up the whispers and such. She deliberately snuggled up even closer and gave the predatory female students a look that clearly sent the message, "Mine, all mine. Go get your own famous intergalactic bounty hunter." Ranma Sodom. Prepare to feel the righteous blade of the blue thunder of Furankenhai. Ranma shook his head and sighed. Oh no. Here we go again. Nagi looked over to one side and saw a boy rush out of the main building and charge at them, waving around what appeared to be a stick. What? Hold on a second. Ranma said as he gently disengaged Nagi's arm and nudged her to one side. As Kuno struck forward with his bouquin, the nanobot warrior easily dodged the swing and lashed out with a sidekick, knocking the insane Kendust back into a tree, 20 feet away. Kuno slumped down in a daze, while mumbling, "That didn't hurt." "Whatever," Ranma replied nonchalantly. Kuno, continually attacking a teacher can be grounds for expulsion, you know. You're just lucky that Furanken has such loose rules of conduct. Why don't you just stop this nonsense and rejoin your fellow students in the Kendo Club? If this keeps up, they'll soon be too far ahead of your mediocre skills. Silence. Kuno raged as he got up. The mere notion that anyone could become better than the Blue Thunder is ridiculous. I can see that you are once again resorting to your black magic. Black magic? What the heck are you talking about? Kuno then took on a heroic pose. It has become undeniably clear to me that a lowly peasant such as you has resorted to some dark sorcery to have bested me and stolen my rightful place as captain of the Kendo Club. I, the Great Blue Thunder, will smite thee with my righteous blade and once again resume my place as the greatest warrior of all. Kuno then struck out again with his sword. Ranma was about to counter it with a simple twist of his fingers and send the idiot flying again, when he saw something flash out from the corner of his eyes. The bouquin was suddenly stopped in its tracks by a particle disruptor sword. He looked over to one side and saw that Nagi had pulled her a weapon from out of thin air and had casually parried the strike. Who dares? Kuno raged. Nagi smiled at Ranma. Let me handle this one. Ranma gave his companion a questioning look, then shrugged. Don't go too hard on him, okay? He then took a few steps back. I'll try. Nagi replied as she focused her attention on the idiot who actually thought he could beat the most formidable intergalactic troubleshooter with a stick. So, the villainous Ranma Sodom shows his true colors and hides behind a... Kuno's voice died in his throat as he got a good look at the vision of loveliness standing before him. Who is this goddess that I see before me? The heavens seemed to grant me not only the lovely Akantendo, but also this rapturous angel as well. Tell me your name, fair one. Wait, is it not the custom to give one's own name first? Very well, mine I shall give. Kuno stepped back and took a pose. I am the Shazmmmm. Kuno had barely begun when Nagi suddenly moved and slashed the Kendust's robes to ribbons. Kuno wondered where that cold draft had come from and found himself standing in a pile of tatters and wearing only his boxers. His bookend fell apart into several cleanly sliced pieces. Then large lumps appeared on his head and the pain of the injuries came a second later, making Kuno moan as he slumped down to the ground. Ranma smiled. Onagi moved too fast for the normal eyes to follow. His scanners had picked up her every motion. She had used her sword to slice Kuno's robes and bookend, then used the handguard located at the hilt to beat the idiot several times on the head. Too slow, little boy, Nagi commented. Not even worth Ranma's or my attention. Nothing but a one-ape samurai. Nagi then nodded to Ranma as she placed her weapon at her side, which then vanished. Less than on, I see. She must have a subspace field generator in her belt to keep her sword in a dimensional pocket. Greater than, very nice Nagi, but I think you went a bit overboard with that sword. Nagi then took Ranma's arm and shrugged. Even though she had just displayed a high-tech weapon and skills of swordsmanship unheard of on Earth, she brushed it off as nothing. Shall we go now? Ranma nodded as he and Nagi entered the school, leaving a stunned crowd and one very demented Kendust in their wake. On the ground, Kuno moaned in pain as he watched the pair depart. Less than Nagi. Such beauty, such skill, such prowess with a sword. She is a goddess with a blade. I will date with her. And where can the Blue Thunder get a sword like that? Greater than as Kuno was slipping into unconsciousness, he renewed his vow to defeating Ranma. Less than I swear that I shall free my beloved Nagi from your foul magic, which you have used to enslave her. Greater than in the crowds, Nebiki and Akan were staring in disbelief at what had just happened. When Akan had first seen Ranma and Nagi arrive, she snorted and wondered why anyone would want to be hanging on the arm of that know-it-all and show-off teacher. All the other girls in school were fawning over him and he was often the subject of numerous discussions as rumors and gossip about him circulated around the school. Not that she cared that she was no longer the center of attention. Not that she's really miffed about no longer being the best martial artist in Mirima. And it wasn't the fact that a very attractive young woman seemed to have staked a claim on said teacher. No, she wasn't angry at all that she wasn't in the spotlight anymore. Not one bit. She then considered Nagi and dismissed her as someone who was dependent on weapons, just like Kuno was. She could take her out, no problem. She was the heir to the Tenbo school of the anything goes, which did not depend on weapons. For Nebiki, her sharp mind had begun turning at this latest development. Less than so, Furankenhai now has a new addition, eh? greater than she was already totaling up the revenue she would generate with the arrival of Nangi. From the looks the boys gave her, especially from Kuno, Nebiki could already see the huge amounts of yen from the sale of pictures and information about her. Furthermore, the girls would pay through the nose to learn the latest gossip of the relationship between her and Ranma. Then there was that strange sword she pulled out. She could tell that it was highly advanced and that in itself presented some money-making ideas. Of course, there was still the mystery that surrounded Ranma himself. The arrival of Nangi only made her desire to find out about him even more intense, and she knew that once she learned his secret, she would have hit the mother lode. Of course, she had felt a tingle of jealousy when she first saw Nangi latched onto Ranma's arm, but decided that it was nothing. Ranma was privately discussing with Nangi in his office. "Nangi, I really wish you didn't use your particle disruptor sword like that." The bounty hunter shrugged. "It didn't really matter. From what you've told me, strange things have happened before, so I didn't think it would have made any difference, right? People tend to ignore small stuff like that, thinking that it's some kind of gimmick, right?" Ranma reluctantly nodded. "Okay, I admit that Nirima is a weird place and things do happen that you wouldn't normally expect. The people here seem to be used to craziness, but still, I'd prefer to keep a low profile, if you don't mind." Nangi smiled as she leaned forward. "You're so darn cute when you get all agitated. But, okay, I'll try to be good." Ranma frowned when he caught that mischievous look in her eyes. Sometime later, Ranma was walking down the hallway when he heard a familiar voice coming from one of the chemistry labs. "Now then, these chemicals alone are quite stable, but when they are mixed together in the right proportions, less than, oh no, it can't be." Greater than Ranma peered into the class and paled as he saw Washa pouring the contents of one test tube into another in front of a class. His eyes widened as his scanners analyzed the fluids in the tubes. Asterisk contents are identified as nitroflex, plutonium and quinsidium, a highly explosive mixture. Asterisk Washu. The greatest mad scientist in the universe turned her head and smiled as she saw Ranma. "Oh, hello Mr. Sodom." She addressed the class. "Class, if you'll excuse me for a moment." She set down the tubes into a rack and stepped outside. Ranma Dudden grabbed the tube and neutralized the mixture with a light application of key energy, while hiding it behind his back. He then promptly grabbed Washu's arm and dragged her out of earshot of the students. "Washu, what are you doing here? Ooh, I just love the way you're being so forceful." Washu purred as she snuggled up to him. Ranma pushed her away and glared at her with hands on his hips. "I repeat, what the heck are you doing here?" Ranma was struggling not to raise his voice. Washu shrugged as she replied, "Well, what does it look like I'm doing? I'm teaching the chemistry class. Do you know how far behind the science programs are at this school? The stuff they're teaching nowadays wouldn't even let these students complete the application forms at the Intergalactic Science Academy. Heck, I mastered the entire senior level school science programs when I was still in diapers. That's not what I meant. Why are you here? Oh. Washu nodded. Well, I was getting bored with monitoring the scanners as they searched for Vorak and realized that the sensors could do that automatically without me hanging over them. So I decided to keep an eye on my brand new guinea pig. What? Well, Nandi had the right idea in keeping close tabs on you, since logically, Vorak will come to you. So I hacked into the school systems and set myself up as the new science teacher. Say what? And what exactly are you teaching to those students? How to build a plasmonic fission bomb. He held up the tube that contained the now inert explosive chemicals. Well, not now. That's scheduled for our midterms. Washu admitted. Ranma slapped his forehead. Things couldn't get any worse, could they? KBOM. Ranma turned his head to the sound of the explosion and winced as he saw a huge cloud of smoke coming from the home economics rooms. He left Washu standing in the hallway as he raced to the scene of the carnage. The mad scientist enjoyed the retreating view of his tight butt before returning to her class. As Ranma came to the home economics room, he almost gagged at the foul odor that was emanating from the doorway. He waved off the thick clouds of smoke and entered, only to find Mihashi standing near a ruined stove with Akan. Sorry, Miss Mihashi, Akan said. I thought that was white wine, not salad oil. Oh, that's okay, Mihashi said. I can tell that you will become a really good cook someday. Really? Behind the two, the rest of the class moaned as they heard this. That is, those that were still standing and not choking to death from the smell of Akan's attempt at stir-fry. On the stove, a burned-out log had some kind of slimy thing writhing about and continually changing colors while large bubbles appeared on its surface. Every time a bubble popped, more noxious fumes would be released. Ranma winced, as he understood what was going on. Mihashi was the new home economics teacher, and if she cooked as well as she piloted her mecha, then Ranma would not have to worry about being killed by Vorak. Vorak would be the least of his problems. The space warrior quickly grabbed a fire extinguisher. At noon, Ranma was shaking his head as he and Kiyon were privately discussing things in the teacher's lounge. Now, let me get this straight. You, Mihashi, Nandi and Washu are not part of the teaching staff. Kiyon gave Ranma a sheepish smile as she said, well, as members of the Galaxy Police, Mihashi and I believe that it is our duty to be on the lookout for a class of criminals such as Vorak. We've already contacted GP headquarters and they've already assigned us to this case and approved for the undercover operation. Kiyo, of course, saw this as a grand opportunity for promotion. If she could help a famous troubleshooter like Ranma track down one of the most wanted criminals in the quadrant, then she was certain that the upper brass at GP headquarters would finally recognize her talents. She could at last dump Mihashi and get a new partner. Perhaps, she could even convince Ranma to finally become part of the GP. She could just see herself side by side with the nanobots warrior as her partner, busting criminals and solving important cases. She began to get lost in her daydreams. The sound of Ranma's moan brought her back to reality. "So you're the new history teacher?" The policewoman nodded. "Yes. I'm familiar with the curriculum, so it wasn't any problem for Washu to set up a false background and get me registered as a teacher." "Okay. Now I can understand Nagi as a PhD said instructor, and I suppose that Washu, as the science teacher, would be the logical, if somewhat twisted choice. But Mihashi for home economics." Kion could only helplessly shrug. It was the only position that was still open. Ranma gave Kion a very stern look. "Kion, remember that cake she made one time? The one in which she mistook the graviton particle suspension for yeast?" Kion winced at the memory. The nanobot martial artist nodded. The graviton wave pulse it created almost pulled Galaxy Police headquarters out of orbit. "Well, she can't make that mistake in an Earth kitchen and with normal ingredients," Kion supplied. "Don't be too sure. If there's anything that I've learned from my encounters with Mihashi, and I'm sure you know this as well, is that if there is any way to turn a simple thing into a planet-wide disaster, your partner will find it." When Kion sadly nodded, Ranma sighed. "Less than I swear. Putting Mihashi in a kitchen is like putting a neutronium implosion bomb in a room full of Negon-14. There can't be anyone in the universe that is a worse cook than Mihashi. Greater than somewhere in another class. ACHO. Bless you, Ken. Thanks, Yuri. I wonder where that came from. Gym period. Class, I would like you to meet Miss Nagi. She's the new instructor for the girls' gymnastics and track and field programs," Ranma said as the intergalactic bounty hunter stepped forward and smiled to the students. "Hello, students," Nagi greeted with a melodic voice. The shapely space hunter was dressed in a pair of running shoes, gym shorts and a matching white t-shirt. The simple ensemble was well suited for the class, but since it showed off Nagi's long, slender legs, her shapely hips and the top curved over her ample bust, nearly all the boys in the class were either drooling, or trying to keep their noses from gushing blood. Her body was also lean and firm with muscle, but not bulky like a female weightlifter's. She had a showgirl's form with a sense of power and grace. She was like the Greek and Chinese Amazons, beautiful and sensuous, yet deadly. The girls were somewhat jealous of Nagi's figure, in which most models would go to bag her measurements. Ken took one look at the new teacher and snorted. "Less than she single quotes not so great. So what's so special about her?" Greater than Ranma took a deep breath as he continued with the introductions. "Miss Nagi is also an expert in fencing and various other sword styles, but you probably figured that out from this morning. She's also very proficient in hand-to-hand combat. Are you a martial artist?" one of the girls asked Nagi. The bounty hunter paused for a moment before answering. "Well, I don't practice martial arts in the truest sense, Not like Mr. Sodom here, but I'm considered to have fair skills by my peers. She gave a sidelong glance to Ranma, who smiled back at her. Akan's attention perked up at this revelation. So this new teacher knew martial arts? Maybe she could get into a match with her and see just how good Nagi was. Not as good as she was, of course. Nagi had already admitted to not being a serious martial artist as she was, and though she was older than Akan, the youngest Tendo was certain she could best her. After all, she practiced the anything goes, which didn't rely on weapons and was supposed to be the greatest of all the disciplines. Nagi may provide for good practice and help her prepare for when she beat Ranma and that irritating Sorenzubuki. Nagi noted Akan looking at her through the corner of her eye. She then thought back to her discussion with Ranma in his office. Flashback. Well, it seems like we'll be working together. Ranma sighed. Nagi smiled as she seductively leaned forward. Just like old times? Well, not quite. Ranma said with uneasiness. In any case, I think I'd better warn you of a few things about Furankenhai. What kind of things? Well, you met one of the headaches I've had to deal with every day. You mean that weakling with the stick? Ranma nodded. Yeah, take Waki Kuno, age 17, and the self-proclaimed Blue Blunder. Blue Blunder? Well, he calls himself the Blue Thunder, but Blue Blunder fits him better. He is as stupid as he acts. His kendo skills are a joke, as you have already found out, and he's nothing more than a wannabe samurai under the delusion that he's some kind of unbeatable warrior. So how long did it take you to beat him and what did you use? Nagi asked with a smirk. Ranma shrugged as he held up hand with just a pinky extended. Galforian galactic digit fighting? Yep. Took him out in about a minute. I wasn't really trying. I'll bet. So he's got it in for you now? Yeah. Well, I also knocked him off his position as captain of this school's kendo club, and I've been training the other members. Right now, they're all far above Kuno's skills and elected my best student, Sorenzubuki, as their new captain. So he's after you because of that? Yeah, well there are other things, but that's what got the ball rolling. Kuno really didn't take it well when I stopped the morning fights. Excuse me, morning fights? Ranma shrugged again. Yeah, well that led to another headache of mine. You see, Kuno had gotten infatuated with another student, Akan Tendo, and he decreed that in order to date with her, a boy had to defeat her in battle. You know, that girl with long black hair that was watching from the second-story window this morning? Nagi nodded, then cocked her head in thought. Sounds like the courtship rituals on Zaro and Ivy. Whatever. In any case, I couldn't teach the students if they kept on getting injured every day, so I put a halt to it. I thought Miss Tendo would appreciate not having to fight them anymore, considering that she complained about it all the time. But she then got angry at me for butting into her affairs. She even challenged me to a match when she heard that I knew the martial arts. She challenged you? Nagi stressed with disbelief. That girl must have a death wish or something. Don't worry, I went easy on her. I suppose she has some skills against the average martial artists of this world, but her fighting techniques are simple and not much else. When I beat her, and then she got defeated by well, she's been holding a grudge ever since. I guess it hurt her pride. Well, that's her problem, not yours, Nagi said. She has to learn that no matter how good you become, there's always someone better. You taught me that lesson on Meriden. She then smiled sensuously as she leaned even closer and gave him a wink. And I'm not just referring to your fighting skills. Ranma's cheeks reddened a bit before clearing his voice. Well anyway, Akan has a bit of a chip on her shoulder and it seems like she'll go to great lengths to prove that she's the better fighter, so try to avoid any conflicts with her, alright? I'll try, but I won't make any promises. End of flashback. Nagi nodded as she watched her class run laps around the track. For the most part, they were about average except for the long-haired girl running ahead of the group. She nodded as she mentally assessed her skills and probable power level. Ranma was correct. She did have some level of expertise, but nowhere near her own and even less against Ranma's. She could see that Akan was in better shape than the other students, but overall, she was still a novice. As the day wore on, Ranma began to wish that Vorak would attack. Keeping Mihashi from turning the home economics room into a biohazard zone wasn't easy. Furthermore, he had to keep Lashu in check. Teaching advanced physics and chemistry was one thing, but showing the students how to make a cyclotron out of a wristwatch and chewing gum was taking things a bit far. The intergalactic genius made Majeva look like Doki, and whenever he talked to her, she would always hint about obtaining that certain sample. The only people that he didn't have to keep tabs on were Kiyo and Nagi, though the space bounty hunter was causing some friction of her own, specifically with Akan and Kuno. After gym period. Come on, I just want to spar. Nagi considered the girl who was challenging her. Normally, she would have flatly turned someone like Akan down. The Tendo girl was way out of her mediocre league. However, since Nagi was undercover, she had to do this with a little more tact. Miss Tendo, I think that it would be improper for a teacher to. Akan stubbornly shook her head. She always had a problem with taking no for an answer, especially when it concerned her fighting skills. I just want to see how good you are. You said that you knew some martial arts. I'm a martial artist too. Less than barely. You are nowhere near Ranma's skill level. Or mine that matter. Greater than Nagi mentally thought. She then took a deep breath and shook her head to Akan. Miss Tendo, I really do not think that it would be of any use to either of us, and besides, I have another class to teach in a few minutes. Just one quick match. Soon's youngest insisted. I'll go easy on you. Nagi sighed as she saw that this girl wasn't going to leave until she got what she wanted. Oh. Very well. She then motioned to a nearby mat. Akan smiled as she eagerly took her position at one end while her instructor faced her on the other side. As she went into a basic stance, she imagined her mode of attack and assessed her opponent. Nagi wasn't even getting into a ready position, and Akan believed that she was no more than a beginner. This would be an easy win, and Akan needed a victory to boost her morale after the defeats she had suffered from Sho and that infuriating Ranma. "Ready?" Nagi asked. "You may begin at any time." No sooner had she said those words than Akan charged in with a direct attack, intending to finish the match with one blow. However, Nagi was quite familiar with such tactics. The attack was more along the lines to intimidate one's opponent, but the space bounty hunter had faced off against worse adversaries. Akan was nothing to be worried about. Expecting her to try and dodge the blow, the youngest Tendo was caught off guard as Nagi simply intercepted the fist with an open palm, then pulled on the extended arm, jerking Akan forward and off balance. With a leg sweep, she found her feet being knocked out from under her, and while she was in the process of falling, Nagi reversed her momentum and tossed Akan over her shoulder. WHUMP. Akan found herself flat on her back with Nagi looking down on her. "I hope that wasn't too much, was it?" the intergalactic warrior asked as she offered a hand to Akan. However, the ill-tempered Tendo glared at her teacher and slapped the offered hand away. She promptly got up and stomped out of the gym without another word. Nagi sighed as she crossed her arms over her chest and watched the sore loser depart. Meanwhile, in Vorak's ship, the directionally challenged rival of Ranma nodded as he read the readouts on his computer. He had gone through a lot to obtain this canister, and its contents were now ready to be released. Since the battle droid had proven to be ineffective, Vorak had decided that stronger measures would be needed to draw out his most hated foe. This time, however, Ranma's nanites and weaponry won't save him. Not against this weapon. Now, it would only be a matter of time before he would have his ultimate revenge. To be continued. Author's notes. Whoa! It's been a while, hasn't it? When was the last time I updated this? I had to reread the other chapters and Shade's private pet number sign 10 to get a feel for it again. Sorry to have cut this chapter so short, but the next one is a doozy. Ranma will soon be heading back out into space after his confrontation with Vorak, and a few people will be coming along for the ride. We'll get to see a few new worlds and a lot more action as our technological Ranma is forced to reveal a few of his secrets.